Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Happy Tuesday. Two real quick as a boot up Higurashi here. Two quick housekeeping things. First, I started saying it yesterday, and I'll probably try if I can remember say it all throughout this week because I don't say it enough. Even though I try not to say it too much because it's annoying. But if you're watching this YouTube VOD on youtube.com/my channel, on the off chance that you don't know, you can watch these streams where I play or read Higurashi, plus play a myriad of other games. You can watch that live if you so care to. Again, I feel like that's pretty obvious information, but on the off chance, I feel like years ago I would be a lot better at like saying this every once in a while, and then I just stopped because again, I think it's obvious information. But on the off chance you're like, I don't know, don't realize this or put it together, or it just didn't make sense. On the off chance, excuse me, hiccup. Yeah, on the off chance you wanna watch the readings or the games, or you want to be a part of chat or anything live, you can so do it. It's twitch.tv/bubmanXIV. Almost like my YouTube URL, but not. And then, second order of business, and one I think did I bring it up yesterday? I don't even remember. But it is about 2 weeks from October. On the channel for the last several years, sometimes to great success, sometimes to not great success, and by that I mean like good planning or sometimes bad planning on my part. Sometimes I rush and I get late to planning things out. But I want to do Spooktober, October 2025, quite good this year. Over just in the course of, it was only yesterday during the day that I figured and remembered that October was in 2 weeks. I was like, oh shit. So that wasn't a good sign. Then over today, the course of today, I think what I'm trying to say is, on the off chance that anyone listening to this is like, oh, this is the way I've been pitching this to certain people, some friends, outsiders, the local cashier at my grocery store. You know, the way I'm pitching it is, if there is by any chance, because I'm not a good ideas guy, but if there is by any chance, if you're listening to this and you have by any chance a recommendation of like anything tangentially related to spooky or October or fall vibes video game, that would be a good recommendation for me to check out this October, especially anything that came out over the past year. Then let me know however way you would like to. Because I've got, like I said, over the course of just today, I feel like I've brainstormed quite a bit and some good things. I would say, I can't get to everything, even if I got a million good recommendations. Like, there's only so much October, and other things are going to be happening in October. Like, as far as on the channel, October is going to feel very crammed and packed. I can already tell that for sure. Yeah. On the off chance, I've got some couple ideas, but I'm not revealing them or anything just yet. I kind of like building up the surprise, the mystery. You know, outside the box thinking can be used for spooky games. It can be fake spooky. It can be real spooky. I generally would tend to go towards like shorter games and experiences because then I can fit more in and it's less time commitment. And if I can help it, it never works out, but if I can help it and keep them all within the month of October, not spill out into November as best as I can, that's always preferable. But you know, it is what it is, what ends up happening, so it's fine. It inevitably happens every year, so it is what it is. But I'm looking at a list of like currently, like I said, I'm brainstorming a couple things. I try to get like two, depending on how short, medium, or long the games are, you know, try to get like 4, 5, or 6 experiences, different Halloween spooky games. And I would say, I'm looking at my list that I was brainstorming and wrote on my desk here, on this piece of paper. I have like 2 games that are for sure locked in. And by that I mean like I went and purchased them. I had to purchase them. I bought them today. I locked in buying them. So unless it's catastrophic, something happens, they should be played in the month of October, and I'm excited for those. And then there's like 3 or 4 other ideas I've got through asking some friends and my own research. But yeah, and I guess it's fair to say here, because I'll you know, I just got done saying I wouldn't give off any ideas, but I will say this: in the last 48 hours, I've seriously heavily considered and flipped my feelings on potentially checking out Silent Hill F. Of course, story contributions from Ryokishi07. You know, I feel it's appropriate in talking about that here with Higurashi, or speeding through these advanced console arcs. But yeah, I can't. That's not one of the games that I can 100% confirm will or won't be happening. I'm kind of gonna let that game release and see what opinion is, and then we'll go from there. But that may or may not happen. Don't get your hopes up. If you're like, oh shit, that means he said Silent Hill F, it's gonna be played, I would just say, don't expect it completely. All right, that was all the housekeeping. A lot of housekeeping. Almost 7 minutes worth of housekeeping. Let's read Higurashi here. All right, so was the last thing we read, I think it was her in the vehicle. She was there was the bad guy, Hinata, was it? Who she thought was a subordinate, you know, on her side. She realized in our last reading that, oh, he's not on her side, and seemingly was hiding in the car when her, Tomoe, and the guy she was going on a date with, it was kind of fair play by the story. You know, we are painted as that boyfriend guy, or not boyfriend, the crush guy, the date guy, that he is doing shady things and is, you know, on the other side of Tomoe. And she was able to, like, talk him out of it, but also, like, reaffirm her position in it. And he was like, oh, that's really good. Yeah. And so then they got into the car, and he was like, you want to ride? And she was like, oh, I probably shouldn't get in the car. That's kind of sketchy. And he was like, don't worry, it's not going to be it. And she's like, okay, fine. And then, bam, there was a guy hiding in the back seat or whatever. Drugs them somehow. Almost kills them by having the car sink into a body of water. And then the ghost of Nagisa was able to get Tomoe to, kick out the back door or something in her drug-addled state. Alcohol directly into the veins. Lethargic. No strength, basically. Kind of crazy happenings last time we read. So we go from here. Tomoe's like, oh, Minai-san! Oh, Minai-san! Sorry, adjusting audio. You're waking up. She could make out a white ceiling and the red light of the sunset pouring in through the window, and then she saw Fujita gazing at her with a relieved look on his face. Where am I? As soon as she got up, a dull pain resounded inside her head. She grimaced and took a look around at what appeared to be a hospital room. She suddenly turned her gaze downward and noticed she was dressed in a nightgown. The straps around her chest were tied in a single half-knotted bow. That was Madoka's signature styled knot, which meant she must have been the one who changed her clothes. Oh, signature tie? That's gotta be cool. Is Madoka here? Huh?
昼過ぎまでずっと。
Oh, she was here up until this afternoon.
まだ残ってるっておっしゃってたんですが、徹夜で疲れ気味だったので所長が俺と代わるようにって。
But the chief insisted she must be tired from staying here all night, so he asked me to replace her.
そっか。
I see.
ああ、待っててください。
Oh.
すぐ先生を呼んできますので。
Hold on a sec. Let me go call the doctor. Fujita dashed out of the hospital room as soon as he finished saying that, and a short while later he returned alongside a doctor in a white coat and a nurse.
私、どうやってここに？
How did I get here?
まだ無理しない方がいいですよ。
Take it easy. Don't overdo it.
怪我は大したことないようですが、昨夜からずっと眠っておられたんですから。
Your injuries were nothing serious, but you've been asleep since last night.
ゆうべ？
Last night? While Tomoe quietly received a medical exam, memories revived in the back of her mind, causing her to gasp and take a look around. This was a private room, and Vegeta was the only other one here. In which case... Oh no.
藤田君、塚田さんは？
Fujita-kun, what about Tsukada-san?
ああ、大丈夫です。
Oh, he's alright.
一緒に乗っておられた方も命に別状はありません。
You were brought here together and his life isn't in any danger.
別室で眠っておられます。
You should be sleeping in another room.
そう。
I see.
よかった。
Thank goodness. When she heard that, Tomoe held a hand against her chest and laid her upper body down against him again in relief. Thanks to that and the comforting softness of the pillow, she spontaneously let out a deep sigh.
異常はないようです。
I see no signs of illness.
ただの過労でしょう。
Seems you're just overworked. Before long, the doctor finished the medical exam. He told Tomoe to get some rest for now, and then exited the room along with the nurse. After seeing them go, Fujita began speaking in a whisper.
ちょうど港の夜景を見に来ていたアベックが通報してくれましてね。
The report said you were going on a date to visit the harbor as a couple.
機捜の速水さんの話では、二人折り重なるようにして倒れていたと。
According to Hayami-san from the mobile team, that was when the two of you fell in.
本当にご無事で何よりです。
But what's really most important is that you're safe.
ごめんね。心配かけちゃって。
Sorry for making you worry.
車は速水さんたちが海中から引き上げてくれました。
Hayami-san and his team were able to pull the car up from the seafloor.
本当、運が良かったですね。
You were really lucky.
後部座席の左ドア以外は完全な密閉状態に細工されていましたので、それに気づかなかったらもろとも海にドボンでしたよ。
Every door except the rear left side was completely sealed shut. If you hadn't noticed it, you would have ended up at the bottom of the sea.
運か。
Lucky, huh? It wasn't luck. Tomoe muttered that to herself while gazing up at the ceiling, recalling the moment just before she escaped the car. At the time, Tomoe was rapidly losing consciousness thanks to the alcohol injection, so she seriously thought it was all over. But that moment, she was sure she heard a voice. Yes, it was Nagisa's voice. Minai-san, behind you! The rear door! If that voice hadn't called out to her, Tomoe would have been too busy focusing on the brakes to think of pushing on the door in the back.
それにしても、どうして渚さんの声が？
At any rate, why did I hear Nagisa-san's voice? That hallucination she heard in her drunken stupor felt so realistic, and she never heard Nagisa talk like that before. So what on earth was that?
藤田君、
Fujita-kun?
なんで後部の左ドアだけ開けることができたのかしら？
Why was the rear left door the only one that could open?
さあ、それは俺にも。
Well, I was wondering about that too.
あ、でもあの車の鑑識、そろそろ終わった頃ですから。
Oh, but forensics is almost done on that car.
速水さんに問い合わせれば何かがわかるかもしれません。
If we ask Hayami-san, maybe he'll be able to tell us something.
ならお願い。
Then, please.
面倒をかけるけど、速水さんに確認してもらえる？
I know it's a hassle, but would you mind following up with Hayami-san?
そりゃまあ別に構いませんが。
Sure, I don't really mind, but...
どうかしましたか？
Something the matter?
ちょっとね。
Just curious.
さて
It was Nagisa's ghost weakened the door. Now then. After saying that, Tomoe sat up and slipped her feet into the slippers on the floor. Then she strengthened her wavering consciousness and held a hand against the bed as she rose to her feet.
見ないさん
Minai-san?
何を
What are you?
着替えるからちょっと部屋の外に出ていて
Step out of the room for a sec. I'm going to get changed.
スーツはあれか
My suit is, here it is.
そうじゃなくって
You can't do that.
あなたはさっきまで意識不明だったんですよ
You were comatose just a few minutes ago, you know?
せめて今日一日くらいはお医者さんの言う通り安静に
You should follow the doctor's orders and get some rest, at least for today.
ここが正念場なの
This is a critical moment. Don't stop her. She's got shit to do, okay?
ごめんわがまま言わせて
Sorry. I realize this is selfish.
見ないさん
Minai-san. But Tomoe continued dragging her clearly exhausted body, reaching for her suit on the wall. Then she slapped both her cheeks with her hands to wake herself up and raised her head.
止めるべきなのだろうか
Should I try to stop her?
いや
Nah. I don't think he would be successful if he did try. Fujita seemed to come to an understanding while looking at Tomoe's tense expression and watching the whole scene unfold. He kept quiet and left the hospital room. No matter what happened, nobody could stop her now. After realizing that, he decided to walk down the hall, thinking about how he might get discharge permission from the doctor. Sis! Madoka was walking down the hallway, but when she saw her sister emerge from the entrance, she was so startled she nearly dropped the paper she had in hand. She was sleeplessly staying by Tomoe's side until just a little while ago. She refused Fujita's concerned request to trade place with her no matter how many times he asked. And even after Yamaoki ordered her to come back to the station, only a few hours had passed and she reluctantly acquiesced.
今日も早上がりしてお姉ちゃんの病室に泊まり込もう
I'll head out early today and stay overnight in Sis's hospital room. Though she was walking and thinking that, her sister was right there in front of her, standing with Fujita? Question mark? Unbelievable, Madoka thought as she rushed over to Tomoe. Unbelievable, comma. I read that weird. It's fine.
大丈夫なの
Are you alright?
お姉ちゃん全然目を覚まさないから私
Sis, you were sound asleep for so long, so I...
平気よ
I'm fine.
もう血も止まったし傷も残らないわ
The bleeding has stopped, and it won't leave any scars. Tomoe wore a courageous smile as she said that, lifting her bangs to reveal the bandage applied there. Her injuries were mild, just as Fujita said. Even so, her face still looked pale even in the light of the sunset, so she didn't seem healthy by any stretch. She's got that sickly glow to her. Madoka's eyes were open wide as she struggled to find the words to respond. But then she noticed Fujita standing beside Tomoe, shaking his head at her, and decided to keep her mouth shut. Madoka had already heard from Fujita and Yamaoki about the identity of the passenger taken to the hospital along with her, so there was probably no need to ask Tomoe why she was forcing herself back to work.
心配いらないって
No need to worry.
あんたも元の仕事に戻りなさい
You
それじゃね
you can get back to your usual duties. See you later.
待ってお姉ちゃん
Sis, wait. Just as Tomoe was about to turn and leave, Madoka called out to her in a strong tone, so Tomoe looked back over her shoulder to face her. And Madoka thought about whether or not to say anything before deciding to tell her about the visitor who just came to the chief's office.
今カオルさん山沖所長のところにお客さんが
I mean, Chief Yamaoki currently has a guest.
警察庁の広報室長さんだって言ってたよ
And I heard it was the director of the NPA Public Relations Office.
前野さんが
Maino-san.
失礼します見ないです
Excuse me, it's Minai.
入りたまえ
Come in. Hearing that response from her light knock, Tomoe opened the door and stepped into the chief's office. Yamaoki was in the room, and Maino was sitting on the sofa across from him, waiting for her.
前野室長
Director Maino?
よう姫さん
Hey, princess.
ずいぶん大活躍だったそうじゃないか
I hear you're achieving great results. Maino was sitting with his back toward her and turned his head to smile at Tomoe. Realizing he was saying that sarcastically, she didn't bother to argue and just said, "I'm sorry," while deeply bowing.
具合はどうかね?
How are you feeling?
最悪です。
Absolutely awful. That differed from the answer she gave Madoka, but it wasn't Tomoe's wound she was referring to. Fortunately, she was able to escape from the car before it plunged into the sea, but she was sleeping for a long time in the hospital, and Sukata, who was riding along with her, still hadn't woken up. And according to Fujita, they didn't know the whereabouts of the perp who tried to murder them, Hinata. All their effort was in vain.
警察庁広報室のエリート女係長が上に連絡もなく独断行動を働き、ハリウッドスター顔負けのカーアクションをやってみせるか?
An only female assistant manager acting on her own without informing her superiors, getting involved in vehicular action like something out of a Hollywood movie.
ヒーロー願望もここに極まれりだな。
A sort of heroics is not the norm here.
警察官じゃなく俳優でも目指すつもりか、お前さんは。
Are you aiming to be an actor instead of a police officer?
申し訳ありません。
I'm sorry. The biting implications behind Maino's words was painful. She made contact with people related to the case without informing Investigation HQ, then fell into danger. Plus, a key reference person ended up hospitalized, making it impossible to question him for the time being. It was a major blunder.
にしてもまずいことになったな。
Anyway, there's a problem. Huh? Maino picked up the tabloid sitting on the desk and handed it to Tomoe. She opened up the page marked with a sticky note, and as soon as she read the headline, she cried out with her eyes open wide in astonishment.
これ、どういうことですか?
What is the meaning of this?
どうもこうも書かれてある通りだ。
Exactly what's written there.
君と千葉代議士の秘書が地上の末別れ話になり、男の方が思い余って無理心中を図った。
You and Congressman Chiba's secretary were involved in a secret love affair, but once it was broken off, he tried to force both of you into double suicide.
奥様方が喜んで読みそうな愛憎劇だな。
It's a sort of love-hate drama that housewives totally eat up. Underhanded. Her thoughts were aghast as she read the text of the article. It detailed Tomoe and Sukata's high school friendship, their junior-senior relationship at the time, and even the rumors that they were dating.
知人の証言まで。どういうこと?
There's even testimony from an old acquaintance. How was that possible? The conniving content of the article made her want to tear it to shreds. It was as if they were prepared in advance for her to get involved in the scandal.
見ない係長。
Assistant Manager Minai.
恋愛は自由だから口出しは下世話だがな。出世したいなら男はちゃんと選べよ。
You're free to get involved in love life as you see fit, but if you intend to get ahead in this world, you really need to think carefully about the men you choose, you know?
別れ話を切り出した途端、社会的地位も顧みずに無理心中を図るような痛いやつは、お前さんにとってマイナスにしかならん。
And the kind of man who'd force a suicide pact on you the moment you mention breaking up is nothing good for you.
それに相手の職業次第では、痛くもない腹を探られかねん。
And depending on the other party's profession, could lead to false suspicion.
今後は気をつけるようにな。
Please be careful in the future.
そんな、違います。
No, it's not like that.
私と塚田さんはそんな。
Sukata-san and I weren't.
事実はこの際どうでもいい。
At times like these, the truth is of little consequence.
大衆にとっては、ここに書かれてあることが全てだ。
As far as the masses are concerned, everything they care about is written here.
ま、幸い不倫ではないから、世間は巻き込まれた君に同情してくれるかもしれんがね。
Well, unfortunately it wasn't an adultery scandal, so the world may yet sympathize with you. Tomoe bit her lip as she was reminded of the circumstances that got her caught in this unexpected trap. If the enemy's goal was to cut off her activities, she should have been more careful and prepared for the possibility they'd aim for her life. But there were other effective ways to take her down as well, and that would be to undermine Tomoe's social status and discredit her honor.
二段構えだったとは。くそ。
So this was a two-step attack. Damn it. Even if Tomoe's assassination failed, she'd be ostracized by society thanks to the subsequent farce, or her value to society would be greatly diminished. Such a carefully laid trap was nothing short of a superhuman feat.
とりあえず不祥事というべきかは微妙なところだが、マスコミに出た以上、心証必罰だ。
For the time being, it's hard to say if it'll become a major scandal, but since it made its way to the mass media, punishment of some form is definitely in order.
お前さんには今回の合同捜査本部の報道担当から外れてもらう。
I'll have to ask you to step away from your press position here at Joint Investigation HQ.
正式な処分が決まるまで、おとなしく自宅で休んでいるんだな。
Please rest quietly at home until formal disciplinary action has been decided.
前野さん。
Maino-san!
なに、そう悲観的に捉えるな、ミナイ君。
Why so gloomy, Minai-kun?
ただでさえここしばらく連日連夜の激務で体が参っていたんだろう。
Your body must be worn out for coming into work every single day for such a long time, right?
だったらこれを機会に少し休め。
So take this as an opportunity to get a little rest.
健全な心身を保つのも警察官としては必要な業務の一つだ。
Maintaining a healthy mind and body is one of the necessary duties of a police officer.
休めなんて
Rest?
そんなこと。
Not a chance. She didn't need comfort, and she definitely didn't need rest, because there was something she wanted to do, something she had to do.
なあ、ミナイ。
Hey, Minai.
俺も最後にこの運命ってやつを
I finally
信じてみることにするよ。
It's faked out. I finally decided. Going to try believing in fate. After Sukata said that, he trusted her and revealed his secret to her. That trust could only be repaid by taking charge of this investigation and arresting the criminals that put them in this situation. In a sense, Tomoe had to answer his trust by demonstrating that there was still justice in this world.
塚田さんはいいえ、塚田治は私に教えてくれました。
Sukata-san. Osamu Sukata told me something critical.
私の追っている事件の背後には代議士の千葉明彦がいることを。
The man behind the incident I'm pursuing is none other than Congressman Akihiko Chiba.
そしてローウェル社の作り出した薬をめぐって危険な人体実験が行われていると教えてくれたんです。
And he also told me that dangerous human experiments are being conducted with drugs developed by Lowell Inc.
そして花田は言った。
And Hanada told me.
私の父はその政治家の暗躍を突き止めるために捜査していて、それを邪魔に思った奴らが母ともども殺したのだと。
My father was investigating the secret machinations of these politicians. That was the reason he and my mother were murdered.
ともえ君。
Tomoe-kun.
ほ
Oh?
う。だったらお前さんは、その両親の無念を晴らしたいと？
Then, you want to clear up your parents' lingering regrets?
そういうことか？
Is that what you're saying?
違います。
That's not it! Tomoe leaned toward the two of them with enough momentum it was like she was going to snap at them. She didn't intend to pursue the criminal for personal hatred or resentment. That would simply be selfish. She had a stronger, more important goal. She wanted to fulfill justice. No, she had to.
塚田さんは私に言ってくれたんです。
Sukata-san told me.
これは敵討ちだと。
He said this is for vengeance.
彼は私の両親のことを知っていました。
He knew about what happened to my parents.
そのせいで私たち姉妹が人生をめちゃくちゃにされ、悲しい思いを味わったことを学生時代ずっと同情してくれていました。
He saw how much it tore me and my sister apart, and he sympathized with us. It's true that he may not have been able to physically do anything for them, but for Tomoe, who was so hurt by the insatiable curiosity of the mass media that she saw everyone as an enemy, Sukata's sympathy was just as precious as her chance encounter with Oishi.
そしてそのために、私たちのために人生を棒に振るような真似までして、悪事に手を染めてまで敵の正体に近づき、私の力になってくれた。
And for us, for our sake, he did some dirty work and sacrificed years of his life in order to learn the true identity of our enemy. He did it all to help us.
だから私はそんな彼の信頼に応えなきゃいけないんです。
So, I have a duty to repay that trust.
それに報いなければ私は仁義を失います。
If I can't repay that debt, I'll have failed in that duty.
お前、ヤクザか？
What's that? You're talking like the Yakuza.
仇討ちだの仁義だの。てめえの物差しで語るな、バカ野郎。
Vengeance? Duty? You can't measure the weight of those on your own, you moron.
そういうセンチメンタリズムで物事を考えれば、正義はただの自己満足にしかならないと何度言ったら理解できるんだ。お前さんは。
If you let that sentimentalism creep into your thoughts, your idea of justice is nothing more than self-satisfaction. How many times do I have to tell you that before you'll understand? How many times do I have to teach you, old man?
落ち着きたまえ、友江君。
Calm down, Tomoe-kun.
冷静にならずに成し遂げられるものは何もない。
You won't accomplish anything unless you can stay cool. After that scornful rejection from Maino and Yamaoki's pleading, Tomoe released the hand that had been tightly gripping the back of the sofa, and took several deep breaths to get her breathing under control. Upon seeing that, Maino stirred the cup of tea in front of him, took a sip to moisten his throat, and then continued.
見ない警部。
Chief Inspector Minai,
生きり立つ気持ちに水を差すようだが、多分お前さんは勘違いをしているぞ。
you're interpreting this as a splash of cold water on your face, but I believe there's something you misunderstood. Huh?
塚田治にも少々事情があったな。
There are certain circumstances with regards to Osamu Tsukada.
彼は大学時代、とある女性と交際していたらしい。
It seems he was dating a woman back when he was in college.
親にも挨拶して、卒業と同時に結婚する予定だったそうだ。
I hear he'd planned to introduce her to his parents and get married after they graduated.
予定ですか。
Had planned to? Tomoe's eyes opened wide after hearing something she couldn't have imagined. She knew there was another woman in Tsukada's life from that time she noticed him wearing a wedding ring. In fact, maybe it was a female intuition talking, but she felt something in the atmosphere last night when they were eating and when they were walking together. But planned to? Which meant he never actually got married?
そういえば。
Come to think of it, Maino did mention earlier that Tomoe and Tsukada's relationship was not an affair. In other words, Tsukada had to be single. Then, what on earth happened to this other woman?
その女性の名は大沼真澄。
The woman's name was Masumi Onuma,
大沼茂の一人娘だ。
the only daughter of Shigeru Onuma.
大沼真澄。
Masumi Onuma?
おそらく君も本人のことは知らんだろうが、父親のことは聞いたことがあるはずだ。
You probably don't know her, but I'm sure you've heard of her father.
厚生省の医薬局次長、大沼茂。
Shigeru Onuma, Assistant Director of the Pharmaceutical Safety Bureau at the Ministry of Health and Welfare.
ローエル事件捜査で政財官において関係者に斡旋を図っていた容疑で9年前に逮捕された官僚の一人だよ。
And one of the bureaucrats arrested 9 years ago during the Lowell investigation on the suspicion of conspiring with other political and financial officers. Tsukada first met Masumi Onuma at a political research club in college. The fact that they were in the same grade and enrolled in the same department helped bring them together. But at that time, just like in high school, Tsukada had an extremely divisive reputation. He was smart, assertive, and not bad to look at, but he mercilessly looked down on those he thought didn't put in enough effort or didn't take their studies seriously, so he wasn't an easy person to get along with. Thus, many people shunned him for that arrogance, who in turn slandered him, claiming that he only approached Masumi for her father's political connections and his ambition to rise in the world.
マスミの方もそう思って当初は警戒し、それほど深い仲ではなかったそうだ。
Masumi thought that too and seemed wary at first, not looking for a deep relationship.
なんせ彼女自身も父親と同じ官僚を目指していて、それこそ猛勉強をしていたそうだからな。
After all, she was studying hard, aiming to become a government official just like her father. Still, Tsukada was serious, and just like during his time with Tomoe, he was very reliable and had deep affection for people who truly tried their hardest. That sincerity eventually won Masumi over, and the two of them became so close the relationship was famous on campus, and they vowed to get married as soon as they graduated. But the two of them ultimately had to separate, shortly after Onuma was arrested with ties to the Lowell incident.
ローエル義国で逮捕された大沼は獄中で病死。
Onuma was arrested thanks to the Lowell scandal and later died in prison.
もともと内臓に疾患があったらしいが、真相は不明だ。
He allegedly had some pre-existing form of organ disease, but the truth of the matter is still unknown.
そして世間からの風評被害で傷つき、追い詰められた娘も自宅でガス自殺。
And his daughter was so hurt by the rumors that she felt cornered and committed suicide at home via gas inhalation.
不死家庭のせいで批判の矛先が彼女に集中して、その攻撃度合いも凄まじかったようだな。
A lot of criticism was levied towards her thanks to their father-daughter relationship, and the degree of their attacks was apparently quite terrible.
翌年に着るはずだった花嫁衣装を着て眠るように亡くなっていたそうだ。
She allegedly died in her sleep, dressed in the wedding dress she was planning to wear that following year. Killing yourself in a wedding dress showed just how deep her love for Sukata was, and it's easy to imagine that taking away the source of her happiness caused her to hate everything. She must have talked about it with Sukata a lot, and he must have offered her all of the encouragement he could, trying to cheer her up. But even those feelings couldn't mend her broken heart, and knowing that fact must have driven him to despair and hatred. Don't gloss over it with lip service. You don't know anything. She now understood the remorse and regret that fueled those vitriolic words back then. And knowing that no matter how desperately you fought, no matter how much you bet your life on it, the despair of realizing that someone dear to you would never come back was something she herself had experienced. Still, the Sukata guy has balls of steel.
学生時代は非常に打算的。付き合う相手も自分にとって有用かどうかで決めるような性格だった。とは当時の知人たちの評価だが。
Back in college, his acquaintance said he had a very calculating personality, deciding who to date based on how much use they had to him.
一人の惚れた相手のために全てを投げ捨てて戦うか。
And yet, he threw everything away to fight for the one he loved.
そんな情熱的なやつだったのか、彼は。
Was he really that passionate a guy?
ええ。
Yes.
批判も誤解も、それ以上に敵の多い人でしたが。
Criticism and
理想と信念を持った人でした。
Criticism and misunderstandings made him a lot of enemies, but he was a man with strong beliefs and ideals. Madoka never thought well of him, but the Sukata that Tomoe knew was a very kind person. But because he was so devoted to his ideals and beliefs, he was very hard on himself and others, and treated people coldly when he disagreed with their values. It was sure to give an off-putting impression. He was very talented, so he failed to recognize the existence of less talented individuals, and he really believed that everyone could achieve the results they deserved as long as they put in the necessary effort. He was a very pure and, in a sense, unfortunate person.
それでも。
Even so, he was always a kind person, making great effort to look out for people like Tomoe who continued to work hard at things like track and field. So maybe that was the reason Masumi Onuma was drawn to him, why she loved him.
女一人のために一生涯をかけるか。
Dedicating a lifetime of work for the sake of one woman, huh? Didn't seem like the Sukata who had high ambitions, and yet did seem very like him at the same time. My brain wanted to add the word much there. He wasn't a man to cut corners at anything, especially not someone he cared deeply about. He was probably wearing that wedding ring to show his sincere desire to remember her even after her death. She felt a hint of regret that she wasn't the target of that affection, but that felt a little selfish and greedy of her. For Sukata, and for Tomoe too, they were just a thing of the past.
とにかく、お前さんはしばらく謹慎だ。
At any rate, you'll be on administrative leave for a while.
反論が許される状況でないことは理解しておけ。
Please understand these circumstances leave no room for debate.
はい。
Right.
悪い話ばかりじゃないさ。
Well, it's not all bad news.
患者の承諾なしに未認可薬。それも以前に使用を禁止されたものを大手の病院が扱っていたなんて話は決して許されることじゃない。
Peddling unlicensed drugs without patient consent, and what's worse, a major hospital dealing with something explicitly prohibited, is something completely unforgivable.
現在の合同捜査本部も人員を増強して引き続き調査に当たることになっている。
So, Joint Investigation HQ is currently increasing staff and plan to continue the investigation.
お前さんの後任もちゃんと信用できるやつを選んでやるさ。
I'll be sure to appoint someone who can trust as you can trust as your successor.
最後まで関わりたかったというのはやはりわがままなんでしょうね。
It was selfish of me to want to be involved until the very end, after all.
気持ちはよくわかるつもりだ。
I understand how you feel.
だがとりあえず今は休め。見ない警部。
But for now, get some rest, Chief Inspector Minai.
これからもやってもらいたいことが山ほどあるんだ。
There are so many things I'd like you to work on going forward.
ここがついの場所でお前さんは満足なのか？
Can you be satisfied leaving things how they are here?
よくやったよ、お前さんは。
You did a fine job here.
俺も山沖さんもそれはよくわかっているつもりだ。
Yamaoki-san and I are both abundantly aware of that. After saying that, Maino got up from the sofa and gave Tomoe a stern pat on her drooping shoulders. She timidly looked up to see Maino nodding at her, not with his usual slanted smile, but with a strong, sincere, fearless smile.
敵は大臣クラスだ。
Our enemy is on the scale of cabinet ministers.
今まで想定していた規模では対処しきれなくなる。
It's impossible to stand up to that at the scope we've been assuming thus far.
そのための俺たちで。そしてお前さんは十分すぎることの基礎固めをしてくれた。
You've done more than enough to give us a solid foundation to work from.
だからあとは信じて手を引け。
Just back away peacefully. Trust us to handle the rest.
いいな。
Alright?
はい。
Right. Tomoe answered affirmatively, then gave him a salute and left the room. And then, as soon as the tension dissipated, she felt the fatigue course all through her shoulders.
お姉ちゃん
Sis? Madoka had been waiting at the front of the chief's office, and she immediately caught her sister when she saw her staggering and wobbling out of the room. She nearly collapsed from the momentum, but thankfully Fujita was next to them and able to hold her up.
Minai-san!
Minai-san! Hold on!
しっかりしてお姉ちゃん
Hang in there, sis! Huh?
どうしました？
What's wrong?
寝てる
She fell asleep. Just as Madoka had said, Tomoe had fallen into a deep slumber while still standing up. Impressive. After seeing Tomoe off, Maino turned toward Yamaoki and shrugged his shoulders.
こんなものでよかったですかね。
Handling it like that was the right thing to do, wasn't it?
すまんな。
I'm sorry.
わざわざ来てもらった上に悪役まで引き受けてもらって。
I had you come all the way out here and even made you play the part of the villain.
まあおそらくじっとしていないと思いますが、少しはブレーキになったでしょう。
Well, it may still not be enough, but at least we pushed on the brakes a little bit.
私もこんなことで優秀な部下を失いたくはありませんからね。
I don't want to lose an excellent subordinate to this. Maino sat down on the sofa as he said that and offered Yamaoki a cigarette. He pulled out a lighter and lit it, then lit another one for himself.
しかしよくも一日程度でここまでの記事を書かせたものだな。
But it usually takes at least a day before written articles make their way here.
さすがにメディア操作はお手の物か。
Media operations are certainly your strong suit.
まあね。
I suppose.
捜査本部から懲戒の形で外れるとなれば、少なくとも姫さんを殺す意味がなくなる。
But by pulling the princess off the investigation through disciplinary action, at least we've removed any reason for them to kill her.
連中もやりすぎて反撃を食らうのは嫌でしょうからね。
I'd hate for them to get carried away and launch a counterattack.
それに実際にはこの手のスキャンダルなんて、彼女のキャリアにとって課金にもなりませんよ。
Besides, a scandal like this really won't be bad for her career. Maino grinned and had a sharp, challenging glint in his eyes as he adjusted his glasses. Tomoe herself was unaware of this, but the NPA Public Relations Office also had a shadow intelligence department, but under Maino's command that went all the way up to the Commissioner's Secretariat. Considering the social influences on criminal investigation, controlling the information released to the public can be an effective deterrent against would-be criminals and underground organizations. This is possible because the position of Media Information Management Authority was directly delegated by the director of the National Police Agency. Until now, they've been able to halt the flow of information with a single request, or vice versa. In that sense, it is very easy to disseminate rumor-level information through the press portrayed as the truth, which made them an even more powerful police organization than public security.
それに真相を知れば彼女は激怒するでしょうが、今回の事件は塚田の自宅を家宅捜索する令状を取るためにももってこいの理由付けでしたから。
And she'd be furious if she knew the truth, but this incident also gave us a perfect justification to get a search warrant for Tsukada residence.
有意義に使わせてもらったおかげで、彼の管理していた千葉大義士の裏帳簿のいくつかをサルベージできて上々です。
Thanks to that, we were able to salvage some of the secret ledgers he was managing for Congressman Chiba.
まあ、あとは地検特捜部の頑張り次第ってところですか。
Well, the rest is in the hands of the Special Investigation Department at the District Prosecutor's Office.
守備は期待できそうなのか？
Can we expect this to succeed?
正直、名古屋地検さんの反応を聞く限りは五分五分ですね。
Honestly, I give it about 50-50 odds that the Nagoya District Prosecutor will pull through.
悪くはないが決め手にかける。
Not terrible, but hardly decisive.
あれだと秘書が勝手にやったことと簡単に切り捨てられるだけです。
And even if so, they might simply dismiss it as something the secretary did on its own.
国会の諮問でも責任追及までいけるかどうか。
Who knows if that would be enough to pursue a parliamentary inquiry.
もうすぐ総選挙が始まりますから、うやむやにされる可能性が高そうです。
And the general election is coming up soon, so there's a good chance they'll opt not to do anything about it. The contents of the secret ledgers they seized were at best documenting donations and campaign expenses. Certainly proof of illegal dealings, but not something particularly unusual for a politician. Ideally, they wanted to find something showing him acting as an intermediary with relevant businesses and government offices during his days as a cabinet minister, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case.
千葉の第一秘書を務めていた小山が先年急性心不全で死んで。
Chiba's first secretary Koyama died of acute heart failure last year.
その後彼の所有していた書類を引き継いだのが塚田です。
Then after that, Tsukada took ownership of all his documents.
ということは、まだ彼の手元には発見されていない資料が他にも残っているはずなんです。
Which means there should be other documents in his possession that we haven't discovered yet.
それをどこに隠しているのか突き止めるため、現在も捜査中です。
Investigation is still ongoing to determine where they might be hidden.
と言っても、警察が汚職関連で動き回れる範囲なんてたかが知れていますが。
However, I'm aware that police are limited in what they can do on matters related to corruption.
そのあたりは知見の連中が我々の後を引き継いでどれだけ真面目に動いてくれるかだな。
The real question is, will the district prosecutor's office be willing to take this seriously and act accordingly?
ローエル義国で煮え湯を飲まされたグループが上の圧力を逃れて立ち上がってくれれば勝算はあるのだがね。
If the people betrayed in the Lowell scandal escape the pressure from above and stand up, they might have a chance at success.
難しいでしょうね。
That'd be difficult.
当時よりも千葉の影響力は大きくて、警察の上層部にさえ様々なコネを持っています。
Chiba's even more influential now than he was back then, and even he had connections in the upper ranks of the police.
ローエルの時は外事的な陰謀ありということで公安も味方できましたが、その本質は国益の防衛ですから、今回の場合は政治家の保全を優先する側に回るでしょう。
Back during the Lowell incident, there was a foreign conspiracy at play, so public security took their side in defense of national interests. But this time, they'd likely side with preserving the government in office.
自分もその出身だけに想像がつきます。
From my background there, I think it's easy to imagine.
と、山沖さんもそうでしたね。
That goes the same for you, right, Yamaoki-san?
しかも検事総長は確か奥野長官の後輩だったな。
Plus, District Attorney was an underclassman of Secretary Okuno.
よくできたものだ。
Quite a predicament. This incident was likely to be pinned on another scapegoat. A medical institution will be caught distributing prohibited drugs without patient consent, and the people involved will be arrested. It might be a serious blow for Okuno and Chiba's alphabet project, but at least it would control the spread of information and keep the details of the research secret. And then the truth will be buried in darkness, as Chiba runs away with huge sums of cash lining his pockets. Yamaoki couldn't help but feel remorse, thinking it was hopeless to do anything against Koizumi's flunkies.
でも逃がしませんよ。
But I won't let them escape.
俺もギリギリできる限りの全てをつぎ込んでやるつもりです。
I'll do everything in my power to make it happen.
外資のバカ野郎どもに目に物見せてやりますよ。
I'll teach these foreign finance jackasses a lesson.
前野君。
Maino-kun?
確かに千葉を上げる前に地検特捜部は諦めちまうんでしょう。
Sure. District Prosecutor's Office may give up before reaching Chiba.
公安も秋山からの話では、すでに引退して何の権限もないじいさんに責任を全部押し付けて、そいつを見せしめにするのが関の山だと。
And I heard from Akiyama in public security, they're doing as much as they can to push responsibility onto that old timer who is already retired, no longer has any authority to set up one hell of an example.
でももう奴にこれ以上死の証人気取りはさせません。
But I won't allow these merchants of death to profit any longer.
何年がかりになってでも、ローウェルとのパイプを外交筋からぶった切ってやります。絶対にね。
No matter how many years it's been, cut down these diplomatic ties to Lowell. I swear it.
そんなに意気込んで大丈夫かね？
Is it alright to be so enthusiastic?
政治家に喧嘩を売って無事で済んだ例はあまり聞かないぞ。
You don't hear a lot of cases about someone picking a fight with a politician and coming out unscathed, you know?
それがどうしたですよ。
So what?
やれるものならやってみればいい。
If it's something you can do, you might as well try.
ただし姫さんと違って、それ相応の見返りは受けてもらいますけどね。
But unlike the princess, I'll receive my recompense for it. Recompense. Maino's eyes were heating up and turning red, but when Yamaoki started feeling suspicious of his violent reaction, he suddenly spoke up.
笑ってもらって構いませんが、俺は運命だと勝手に思っています。
You can laugh at it if you want, but I think this is fate.
運命？
Fate?
未来さんが追っていた事件の謎をその娘がこじ開けた。
That Minai-san's daughter would be the one to crack the mystery he was pursuing.
運命があるのなら、これ以上のものはない。
If destiny is real, can't think of anything more appropriate.
だから俺は自分のキャリアをこれにつぎ込むつもりです。
So, going to devote my whole career to this.
何？どうせダメでも気楽な独り身だ。
Besides, I'll live in carefree as a bachelor.
すべて終わった後は、田舎の駐在所で一生過ごすのも悪くないと思っています。
After this is all over, I think it'd be nice to spend the rest of my life out in the country.
なるほどな。
I see. Yamaoki completely understood his enthusiasm. Because for Maino, Tomoe's father, Yusuke Minai, was his first boss and a mentor. That hierarchy was quickly reversed thanks to the nature of the career group, but he looked up to Minai so much that he continued speaking to him in utmost respectful tone, even after attaining a higher rank than him. They were a perfect match for one another. After all, Maino had an especially prideful and irreverent personality back then, but he always calmly listened to what Minai had to say. But then...
白樺山荘、今でも覚えています。
I still remember the Shirakawa mountain villa.
突入の時、俺は犯人に足を撃ち抜かれて、もう少しで頭もやられるところだった。
One of the criminals had shot me in the leg during the raid. I was certain his next shot would be in my head.
未来さんが命令を無視して懲戒免職覚悟で相手を撃ってくれていなかったら、俺は今の階級を墓の下で受け取っていたと思います。
If Minai-san hadn't been prepared for disciplinary dismissal and willing to ignore no fire orders, I think I'd have been promoted in my current rank as they put me in the grave. Maino had a distant look in his eyes as he stamped his cigarette butt down on the ashtray. When Yamaoki squinted his eyes, Maino's form overlapped with that of another person. 12 years had passed since Yusuke Minai's death. The two of them were getting up there in age. Their ranks had risen, and they transferred to different workplaces. But they had one thing in common: the remorse they felt back then, when upper management forced them to abandon an investigation even though their friend was murdered.
すんません未来さん
Sorry, Minai-san.
すんませんすんません
Sorry. The sound of Mino kneeling down in front of Yusuke Minai's grave, spilling tears while apologizing non-stop, still lingered in Yamaoki's ears. Yamaoki himself wanted to cry just as much as Mino, but as the head of an organization, he felt an obligation to maintain a minimum level of dignity. He may have even envied Mino's position at the time for being able to release his passion as he saw fit.
ならば結局君も復讐かね
Then, you're seeking revenge?
前野くん
You too, Mino-kun?
復讐いやちょっと違いますね
Revenge? No, not quite.
どちらかといえばキャリア組としてのプライドの証明ですよ
If anything, I'd say it's proof of my pride as part of the career group.
そして俺はそれを果たすがためにこうして出世して権力を握ったのだと勝手に思っています
And my selfish desire to fulfill that purpose is what allowed me to climb the ladder and gain power. Mino shrugged his shoulders, then bitterly smiled as he continued.
山奥さん
Yamaoki-san,
昔言ってましたよね
back in the old days you told me,
自分の信じる正義を貫きたいのなら出世しろと
if you want to make the justice you believe in real, achieve greatness.
どれだけ正しくて納得のいく意見や発言であろうとも日本の偉い人は肩書きと実績のない人間に対して耳を傾けることはほとんどない
No matter how
でした
correct,
か
no matter how correct or convincing your argument may be, higher ups in Japanese society will hardly bother to listen to someone with no title and no proven track record. Isn't that right?
ああそうだったな
Yes, I remember that. It was back when he was on the team pursuing the truth of the Lowell incident, when orders came down from upper management to suspend the investigation. Mino was the youngest among them and the most passionate about arresting the culprit who killed his old boss, and shortly afterwards he was forced to transfer out of public security.
あの時あなたのその言葉を聞いていなかったら俺は警察を辞めていたと思います
If you hadn't told me that back then, I would have quit the police force.
そして社会正義とやらに絶望してひょっとしたら反体制運動にでも走っていたのかもしれない
Maybe I would have turned to social justice in desperation, joined up some anti-establishment movement.
そういう意味では君も実に純粋なやつだったな
In that sense, you're always a very genuine person.
今もそれほど変わるわけでもないが
And even now, I don't think all that much has changed.
ただその言葉を聞いたおかげでこうやって広報室の権力を拡大させていろんなことができるようになった
But thanks to your guidance, I was able to expand the power of the public relations office in all sorts of ways.
だからあなたには本当に感謝しています
So, I'm deeply grateful.
でもね山奥さん俺は最近あなたの言葉とは違うもう一つの役割があるんじゃないかなって思うようになったんです
But, Yamaoki-san, lately I've started to think there might be another role for me to play, different from what you told me.
ほう
Oh?
俺たちが偉くなるのは自分の正義を貫くためじゃない
We don't achieve greatness in order to realize our own personal justice.
正義を馬鹿正直に信じている若い奴らがその信念に従って無茶ができるように
We're in our
そのために俺たちは今の地位についたんじゃないかなって
We're in our current positions, so the young people who believe in their stupidly honest ideas of justice can do crazy things for the sake of those beliefs.
いわば踏み台ですよ俺たちドートルは
We elders are like the rungs on a ladder.
俺はここに来るまであなたたちのような年長者に支えられ守られて偉くなった
Until I came here, I was being supported and protected by elders like you. That's what allowed me to achieve greatness.
その役目を今度は俺がやる番なんですよ
Now it's my turn to play that role.
前の
Mino.
裏方に回ってサポートに徹しいざという時には若い連中の代わりにこの首を差し出して奴らの責任を引き受ける
Lending support behind the scenes. And when things get rough, holding out your neck and accepting responsibility so they don't have to.
そうすることで奴らは遠慮なく正義を信じて、時には危険を冒してでも悪に立ち向かっていけるんじゃないんですかね。
By doing that, they can continue freely believing in justice, sometimes even take on risks in order to confront evil.
なるほどな。
I see.
俺たちはね、事実がどうであれ、部下たちに疑問を持たせちゃいけないんです。
Regardless of the facts, we mustn't doubt our subordinates.
己の正義を貫くことこそが警察の本分で、それが誰かの都合で歪められるかもしれないなんて思わせちゃいけないんです。
It's the duty of the police to achieve their idea of justice. Can't be giving them the idea they might be able to distort that for someone's convenience.
奴らは自分たちの行動が国家のため、ひいては大衆のためだと信じて命を懸けている。
They risk their lives, believing their actions are in the best interests of the nation, the people.
なのに、その規範を示す立場にいる俺たちが上の意向で右往左往していたら、奴らにどうやって警察の職務に責任と覚悟を持てなんて言えますか？
But if they're running around in confusion while we're at a position to show them the way, how can we say we're carrying out the duties of the police with responsibility and conviction? Police bureaucrats are like officers in the military. They send detectives to the scene of dangerous incidents and make every effort to apprehend the criminals. That comes with its fair share of bloodshed. Sometimes lives are even lost. Nevertheless, the upper ranks legitimize their actions and give them pride in their contributions, their own brand of justice. I don't believe that his role was to give those soldiers the boldness and resolve to follow them.
しかし千葉といえば与党の実力者だ。
But she was a big name in the major ruling party.
今度は君が攻撃対象になるぞ。
Next time you'll be the target of the attack.
その点についてはご心配なくです。
No need to worry about that.
もうすぐ衆議院選挙が近いので、野党の上役の何人かを口説いて、外堀を埋める準備をしています。
House of Representatives election is coming up soon, so I'm speaking with some of the superiors in the opposition party to get some obstacles out of the way.
彼らにとっては与党を攻撃する好材料だ。
It's good material for them to attack the ruling party.
それに与党の連中の中にも、13年前に起きた過半数割れの恐怖を覚えているのが大勢います。
And even in the majority party, most people remember the fear of the ruling party falling apart 13 years ago.
ですからもう少し突っ込んで致命的なネタをつかめば、奴らは千葉さえも切りますよ。
So, if we can gather some more damning material and make it stick, they'll even consider cutting Chiba out of the party.
そのためにもあと一押しだな。
To do that, they'll need another push.
ええ。捜査本部の方もとりあえず私が面倒を見ますのでご安心を。
Yes. Rest assured, I'll be taking care of Investigation HQ for the time being.
岐阜県警にも長官官房の偉い人たちから圧力をかけてもらうつもりです。
Rest assured, I'll be taking care of Investigation HQ. I said that, I already read that. The Gifu Prefectural Police are also going to be pressured by the higher-ups in the office of the Commissioner's Secretariat.
あと今村派にも接触を図りますよ。
I'll try to make contact with the Imamura faction as well.
今村派？今村傭兵にか。
The Imamura faction? As in Yohei Imamura? Hearing Maino speak such an unexpected name, Yamaoke looked back at him with sharp gaze. Yohei Imamura, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs and head of the current opposition faction in politics. It was suspected of involvement in the Lowell scandal 9 years ago because his son-in-law was one of the bureaucrats arrested, so at the moment he had lost some power.
連中にしてみれば、現政権の実権を握る奥の千葉を追い落とす絶好の機会ですからね。
By getting them involved, it's a great opportunity to overthrow Okuno and Chiba, who wield the greatest power in the current government.
この餌にはきっと食いつく。いや、絶対に興味を示してくるはずです。
I bet they'll bite at this bait. No, I can guarantee they'll be interested.
派閥争いに手を貸すようであまりいい気分ではありませんが、敵の敵は味方というわけです。
I'm not too keen on doing that faction a favor, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
与党総ぐるみで千葉を囲われる前に内部を切り崩す。
We have to cut Chiba off before he gets surrounded by the entire ruling party.
ここまで来ればこちらも手段は選びませんよ。
We've come this far, so can't be picky about the means.
なるほどな。
Understood.
それにしてもローウェル義国で一番被害を被った連中が今度は同じネタで敵対勢力に逆襲するか。
Still, I think that one of the people who suffered most from the Lowell scandal would be launching a counterattack against the enemy with the same story.
皮肉というかむしろ喜劇だな。
That's so far beyond irony it has turned into a comedy.
ですね。
Indeed.
連中にとっても可愛い子飼いの弔い合戦だ。
As far as they're concerned, it's a battle of revenge over their precious disciples.
しかも自分たちの勢力を巻き返す絶好の機会。
And what's more, it's a great opportunity to restore their former power.
運命はよこしまな意志に対して痛烈なしっぺ返しを食らわせると言いますが、まさにその通りというやつですね。
They say that fate exacts painful revenge on those with evil intentions, but I've never expected to be exactly that.
運命か。
Fate, huh? As Yamoki muttered that to himself, he suddenly had a thought. He had always believed that fate was the will of the gods. In a sense, he saw it as something beyond human ability. But he finally realized that was wrong. No, it was demonstrated to him. Yes, destiny can be moved and reshaped by the hands of human will. And without a doubt, the reason he was seeing this current development was because of Tomoe Minai's strong beliefs and her courage to never give up.
あの子の願いを叶えてやるつもりが逆になっていたというわけか。
I was trying to make her wish come true, but maybe things played out the other way around. With a bitter smile, a feeling of happiness and a sense that he was not alone floated to his face. A weak, unreliable baby bird had grown into a woman strong enough to inherit his father's will. And she's been energizing Aino and the other men around her, inspiring them to tackle the challenges before them. Yamaoki had once given up on it, but the ideal form was certainly there.
まあそれにしても
Well, anyway.
何か心配事でもあるのか？
Something worrying you?
はあいえ
Ah, no.
捜査本部の堂島さんは話がわかる人だからまあいいとして問題は大内です。
Dojima-san at Investigation HQ understood the situation, so that's part is okay. But the problem is Oishi.
科警研と観光庁との人材交流で
Not Oishi,
一時
Oichi.
厚生省に出向していたことがある。
Oichi. Thanks to a personal exchange between NRIPS and certain government agencies, he's been temporarily transferred from the Ministry of Health and Welfare.
しかも相馬と違って小心者で出世欲が人一倍強いやつですから。
And unlike Soma, he's a faint-hearted person who feels a strong need to succeed.
つまらないことを考えなきゃいいんですけど。
Maybe I'm just overthinking something trivial. That anxiety would eventually come to fruition in a very unexpected manner.
で、またまた1週間の謹慎ですか。
Hey, still on leave for another week, aren't you?
何度も言うけどほんとバカじゃないの？
I've said this so many times, but I'll say it again. Don't do anything stupid.
うっさい。
Oh, shut up. Tomoe discontentedly uttered that as Madoka carefully helped her stuff investigation materials from one of the First Division's desks into a cardboard box. She thought about smacking her across the head with one of her files in hand, but decided against it because Fujita was quietly organizing materials nearby, afraid and from a safe distance.
ったくあんまり懲戒重ねると出世もそうだけどお給料減っちゃうよ。
Sheesh. No matter how much previous success you've had, if you get punished too much, you're looking at a salary reduction, you know?
ボーナス年金だって。
Think of your bonuses, your pension.
お姉ちゃんの年くらいだとマイホーム持ってる人もいるんじゃなかった？
Don't people around your age start looking to become homeowners?
いいのよ私は。
I'm fine.
東京にも竹内にも長居するつもりはないんだから。
I don't plan to stay in Tokyo or Kakuichi for a long time anyway.
いざとなったら茨城に移ればいいんだし。
If anything happens, I can always move back to Ibaraki.
あ、お姉ちゃん知らないの？
Sis, didn't you hear?
おばあちゃん来年になったら古くなったあの家壊して駐車場にする気らしいよ。
Grandma's old house is going to be demolished next year to make room for a parking lot.
で、自分は貯めたお金で賃貸マンションに住むんだって。
She said she's going to use the money she saved up to live in a rental apartment.
え？
Huh?
何それ聞いてないわよ。
What? I haven't heard any of that.
せめて改築すればいいじゃない。
She should at least try to renovate that place.
おお、なんでも好きな人ができたからその人のそばで一緒に住みたいんだって。
She said she found a man she likes, so she wants to move in with him.
すごいよね。80過ぎなのに新しい恋に生きるなんて。
It's amazing, finding new love even in her 80s.
ちょっとは見習ったら。
Maybe you could learn a thing or two about that. With no suitable retort, Tomoe took the file in her hands and slammed it down inside the cardboard box. Then she sealed it with duct tape, set up another box, and resumed filing it.
にしても恋人発覚の前にスキャンダルなんて。
Still though, getting into a scandal before finding a boyfriend.
いかにもお姉ちゃんらしいといえばらしいよね。
That sounds just like you, huh, sis?
そう思いませんか、藤田さん。
Don't you think so too, Fujita-san?
え、
Huh?
いや。
No. Don't drag me into this, Fujita muttered to himself. But Tomoe glanced at him and suddenly felt something wicked, then spoke up.
こうなったら今度新聞記者から取材あった時に言ってやろうかな。
In that case, maybe I should tell a little something to the next newspaper reporter that interviews me.
私には他に好きな人がいます。
There's someone I like.
その人は部下だけど私と同い年で。
He's a subordinate, but he's the same age as me. Eek.
やめてください、ミナイさん。
Stop right there, Minai-san.
そんな嘘デタラメが新聞記事になんかなったりしたら、俺間違いなく優子に殺されます。
If such a bald-faced lie made its way into a newspaper article, you know Yuko would straight up murder me.
冗談よ。
I'm kidding.
そこまで嫌がらなくてもいいじゃない。
There's no need to get so worked up. Of course, she had no romantic feelings for Fujita, but it would be completely boring to outright reject the notion. That being said, his wife was famous all across the police station for being a jealous monster, and Tomoe herself had been on the receiving end of that fury once before, so she understood that particular aspect of his dread.
それより、
Anyway,
ミナイさんにまどかさん、喉乾きませんか？
Minai-san, Madoka-san, are either of you thirsty?
俺ちょっとなんか買ってきますんで。
I'll go buy you something to drink. Then, Fujita dashed out of the room like a startled rabbit, without even waiting for a reply. It happened so fast, Tomoe and Madoka were left stunned.
お
Ah ha ha. The two of them looked at one another, then burst out laughing out of nowhere. And then,
でもまあお姉ちゃんは
but yeah,
すごいよ。
but yeah, sis, you're incredible.
あ？
Huh?
何言って。
What are you talking about? Thinking that was a sarcastic provocation, Tomoe turned and glared at Madoka, but she had a calm, gentle smile on her face as she gazed at Tomoe, and then continued.
あれだけみんなが無理だ、わかるはずがないって諦めてた事件の真相、ついにたどり着いちゃうんだもの。
Everyone else had given up on this case, saying it was impossible to find the truth, but you finally reached it.
合同捜査本部に参加してる刑事さんたち、みんなお姉ちゃんのことを褒めてたよ。
Everyone at Joint Investigation HQ had nothing but praise to say about you.
若いとか女だとか言ってその人の実力は判断できないってね。
They said it was wrong to judge someone just because she's young, or a woman.
今だから言うけど、私ね、警察官になんて本当はなりたくなかった。
And this might be a strange thing to say now, but I never really wanted to become a police officer.
正直お姉ちゃんほどお父さんとお母さんの事件に一生懸命になれなかったし。
To be honest, I just couldn't pour everything I had into investigating Mom and Dad's case like you did.
それに危ないのに全然報われない仕事だなって思ってたんだ。
I always thought it was a dangerous, unrewarding job.
でも
But... Flashback? One day, while Madoka was working at the cabaret club, Yamaoki happened to visit as a customer. He looked at Madoka's face and asked her a sincere question.
君、以前どこかで会ったことはないか？
Have we met somewhere in the past?
なんですかそれ。
What are you talking about?
そういうナンパのやり方、もう古すぎますよ。
That sort of pickup line went out of fashion ages ago, didn't it? She wore a business smile on her face while sighing deep in her heart. She was sick of dirty middle-aged men using those sorts of lines. She liked to think that she had a little more taste than that. However...
あ、いや、私は君とよく似た子の面倒を見ていてな。
Oh, sorry. There's a girl I'm looking after that looks a lot like you. Oh.
名前を見ない友江というんだが。
Her name
聞いたことは
is...
ないかね。
Her name is Tomoe Minai. Do you know her? See, I don't even mind necessarily the age difference thing. It's that I don't know if I had said this before, but I definitely felt it, and I feel it now. Even, like, seeing this, like, origin of them meeting and stuff, I just feel a little gross on the whole. I used to somewhat work, in the same line of work and, partnered with ended up learning your father, who's dead now, and then I kind of look out after, the father's daughter, who now works here, Tomoe, and then, like, there's just so many, the already pre-established, like, familiar and family ties and everything is all just what makes something weird to me about this, that they then end up together. It's even less the age thing. I mean, that's a part of it barely, but I can't get over it. When Madoka heard that, she immediately dropped the muddler she was using to stir the whiskey. She ran away from her sister to avoid being such a bother for her. Plus, even when Tomoe came looking for her, Madoka made a declaration that she was on her own and turned away. Nevertheless, Madoka still hadn't forgotten her sister. Considering how many years it's been, she had probably graduated and gotten a job around now. But was she still living a depressing life, being beaten down day by day? In a long stretch of time, they hadn't seen one another. Only bad thoughts ran through her head, sometimes even creeping into her dreams. With that in mind, Madoka completely forgot about her job and then leaned forward.
お姉ちゃんのお知り合いなんですか?
You know my sister?
私、妹のまどかです。
I'm her little sister, Madoka.
そうか、やはりな。
I see. I thought so.
ユウスケには娘が2人いると聞いていたが、君が妹さんか。
I knew that Yusuke had 2 daughters, so you're the younger one. Surprisingly enough, Yamoki had also acquainted with Madoka's parents. In fact, he was her father's boss. So that meant he was a fellow police officer?
お姉ちゃん、元気ですか?
So, how is sis doing?
今、どうしているか、実は、よく知らなくて。
I don't really know what's going on with her these days.
ああ、元気にやっているよ。
Yeah, she's doing well.
今は茨城県警の少年係に勤めていてな。同僚や上役たちからもなかなかの評判だ。
She's currently working for Ibaraki Prefectural Police in the Youth Division. She has a good reputation with her colleagues and superiors.
お姉ちゃんが警察官に?
Sis is a police officer? Madoka was a little surprised to hear that. Sure, her father was a police officer, but her sister saw how busy he always was and how he never got time off, so she always said she wasn't interested in joining the police force. But somehow, seeing Tomoe as a police officer felt appropriate. Plus, as a female officer in the youth division, she could provide encouragement for young boys and girls, just like she used to. How funny. It was somehow amusing and nostalgic. She began to cry and couldn't stop. Yamoki gazed at Madoka with a gentle look in his eyes. After that, Yamoki visited the club at least once a week and always requested Madoka, and every time, he'd give her an update about Tomoe. During those meetings, she came to learn that Tomoe was apparently someone he trusted enough to confide in, and as Tomoe's superior, Madoka was able to inquire with him about the details of her work. Then, she gradually started meeting up with him outside of work to eat and chat. See, that even this, I mean, they may be trying to paint this as like a nice thing, but this also feels gross to me. Madoka intentionally separated herself from her sister, but then saw this old man And by sheer coincidence, the old man knows his sister, or her sister, starts feeding her personal information about the sister to Madoka, because Madoka is too proud and too upset to like reach out to her own sister. So then starts getting the information from the old man, which seems like it's fine, but then you would probably have to assume that Yamaoka here is like being like, oh yeah, this lady is giving me attention and I can string her along. Is that really what I want to go with? Sure. I can keep meeting up with her, and outside of her work and everything, if I feed her personal information about her sister, who she's too upset about to reach out to her on her own, and then they end up getting feelings towards each other, it all just feels kind of wrong, dude. It's it just Then she gradually started meeting up with him outside of work to eat and chat. Madoka felt sincerity in Yamaoka unlike any other man she'd ever met, and began taking more of an interest in him. And one day...
Eh?
Huh?
警官ですか?
A patrol officer?
ああ、そうだ。
Yes, that's right.
実は今度、私は警察署長に異動することになった。
Actually, I was just transferred to the position of police chief.
愛知県の柿内市というところなんだが、静かで交通の便も良く、君の自宅周りよりもずっと住みやすい町だ。
It's a place in Aichi Prefecture called Kakuji City. It's a quiet town with robust transportation. It's a much easier place to live than your current area.
よかったら君も一緒に来ないかと思ってな。
If you like, I was wondering if maybe you'd consider coming with me. Hit the button on accident.
プロポーズですか?
Is this a proposal then?
ああ、いや、なんというか。
Ew. Ew. Stop with those noises. Oh no, it's not like that. Gross noises, gross noises. Feeling embarrassed, Yamaoka drank his whiskey on the rocks in one gulp, and it must have gotten caught in his throat because he started coughing. Seeing that, Madoka had a hard time holding back a burst of laughter. Madoka understood that Yamaoka was concerned about their age difference. For him, she was the daughter of a former subordinate, so when they walked side by side, they looked more like a parent and child rather than a pair of lovers. He was awkward, and yet also reliable from time to time. No matter what the world had to say, deep in Madoka's heart, she had already decided.
でも、だからってどうして私が警官なんですか?
But then how does that relate to me being a police officer?
別に専業主婦でも家政婦でも私喜んでやりますよ。
I'd be happy to just be a stay-at-home wife or a housekeeper.
まどか君は、巴君のことをどう思っている?
Madoka-kun, what do you think of Tomoe-kun?
お姉ちゃんのことですか?
What do I think of sis? There was no need to even ask, and the question seemed somehow unrelated to the topic at hand, so Madoka quizzically tilted her head. She loved her sister. She respected her. Even though they argued and had a falling out, she considered her an ideal woman, even now. But, on the other hand, Madoka...
もちろん好きですよ。
Of course I like her.
向こうはどう思っているのかわかんないけど。
I'm not sure what she's thinking.
本当は私、お姉ちゃんのこと、世界で一番尊敬しています。
But the truth is, I respect my sister more than anyone else in the world.
やはりな。
Thought so.
え?
Huh?
なんとなく、で勝手なことを言うのもなんなんだが。
I realize this may be rash of me to say, but...
君は巴君に対して随分引け目を持っているように思えてね。
It seems like you feel a strong inferiority complex when comparing yourself with Tomoe-kun.
彼女とうまくいっていないのも、おそらくそのあたりが理由といったところではないか?
Could that be the reason you're not getting along well with her?
そんなこと?
That's not...
君がお姉さんに悪いことをしてという意味じゃない。
That doesn't mean you're doing anything wrong by your sister.
彼女がとても優秀で自分よりも才能に恵まれていることに劣等感があって、それが何事にも斜に構える思考につながっているような気がするのだ。
She was blessed with exceptional talent, so it's natural to think yourself inferior, but that way of thinking is a slippery slope that'll take over all your thoughts. Madoka couldn't say anything otherwise, so she silently poured some more whiskey into Yamaoki's empty glass. It was just as Yamaoki said, so she couldn't laugh it off or gloss over it. Her sister was exceptionally well studied and had a pleasant personality, but Madoka, on the other hand, had no strong education or any meaningful merits in her background. Even though she tried her best in her own erratic way, she never accomplished anything.
同じ親から生まれたというのに、この違いは何だろう。
Even though we were born from the same parents, how did we end up so different? The absurdity and injustice of it all was frustrating, so at some point, Madoka stopped bothering to try her best and even started to hate it. No matter how hard she tried, she never surpassed her sister. Once she recognized that fact, she fully realized that she simply lacked the capability. Rather than enduring that pain, it's far easier if you simply don't bother trying hard from the start. The truth is, she could do it, but telling herself that killed her, The truth is, she could do it, but telling herself that killed her motivation.
惨めだとは分かってる。
I know I'm pathetic.
分かってるんだ。
I understand that. Nevertheless, anytime she stood beside her sister, she started to feel distant. It was a vicious cycle of ever-increasing self-loathing. Allowing Tomoe to go on living her life freely was really just an excuse. She just didn't want to hate herself and her beloved sister by demonstrating the growing difference between the two of them.
せめて私がお姉ちゃんに勝てるもの一つでもあったらよかったんですけどね。
I wish there was at least one thing I could be better at than my sister at.
大好きな姉が優秀なのは妹にとってはとっても誇らしいけど、時々重いです。
I'm very proud of such an exceptional sister, but sometimes it's a heavy burden.
なるほどな。
I understand.
だがそう思ったからこそ私は君もお姉さんと一緒のことをやってみてはどうかと思ったのだ。
But I was thinking about that, and I felt it'd be good for you to try doing something together with your sister.
え？
Huh? Madoka tilted her head, unable to grasp what Yamaoki was getting at. She left her sister behind because she didn't want the miserable experience of constantly being compared with her, and yet he suggests she go into the same profession as her and compete against her abilities.
カオルさんからかってます？
Kaoru-san, is this a joke?
こういう冗談は私怒りますよ。
If this is a prank, it's pretty upsetting, you know?
からかってもいないし冗談でもない。
I'm completely serious.
それが君自身のコンプレックスを取り除くのに一番の方法だと私は思ったのだがね。
I thought this would be the best way for you to learn to get over your inferiority complex.
だいたい勝負なんて最初から見えてるじゃないですか。
But the competition would be over before it even started.
お姉ちゃんは優秀な選抜組で、私は今からだったら平巡査からのスタート。
Sis was already selected for that exceptional group, and I'd just be starting out as a regular officer.
仕事をこなす量も質も桁違いで惨めになるだけです。
The speed and quality of our work would be completely different, and that would just make me feel miserable.
果たしてそうかな。
Really? I wonder about that.
君は巴君の成し遂げた結果だけを見てそう言っているだけではないのかね。
Are you only looking at Tomoe-kun's accomplishments when you say that? What?
巴君は実はとても失敗の多い子だ。
Tomoe-kun has actually made plenty of mistakes.
衝突や挫折も山ほど経験して上司や関係各所に怒られる回数はおそらく同期の中でも一番多い。
She's experienced more than her fair share of conflicts and frustrations. She's probably invoked the anger of her bosses and people around her more than anyone else.
不器用で頑固でそのくせ脇が甘くて慎重さが足りない。
She's clumsy, stubborn, naive, and imprudent.
それが私の彼女に対しての評価だ。
That's my assessment of her.
ちょっとカオルさん、
Hold on. Kaoru-san,
何ですかそれは。
why are you saying this? Madoka glared at Yamaoki as she approached him, upset that he'd say something so awful. But the look on his face showed no malice or aversion toward Tomoe. In fact, there was even heartwarming kindness in there.
今の君と智恵君、何が違うと思う？
Right now, what's the difference between you and Tomoe?
才能か、
Is it talent?
それとも環境か。
Or is it your environment?
それは両方ですか。
Well, maybe it's both?
いや違う。
No, that's not true.
そしてそれを知るには、彼女と同じ目線に立ってみることが一番だと私は思う。
And I think the best way to prove that is to stand right beside her.
本当に才能と環境でお姉さんが今の居場所を築いたのか、よく見てみるといい。
Is it really talent and the environment that got your sister into her current position? Let's take a closer look.
なに、警官一人くらいの人事、私の力で何とかしてみせる。
I used my leverage and speak with HR about opening a position for a patrol officer.
あとはまどか君、君の気持ち次第だ。
Whatever you do after that is up to you.
それで私ここの警官の採用試験を受けて警察官になったの。
And then, I took the police recruitment test here and was instated as an officer.
あとはお姉ちゃんにそのことを報告してお祝いしてもらって、
Then I told you about it and we went out to celebrate.
ついでにカオルさんのことを白状して大喧嘩になったところまでは説明しなくてもいいよね。
And by the way, I don't need to remind you that was when I confessed to you about Kaoru-san and we got into a fight, do I?
そうだったの。
Right. At last, the doubts Tomoe had been holding back all this time finally thawed, and she was convinced. She knew perfectly well that Madoka didn't like their father's job as a police officer. Days off weren't just infrequent; they were practically non-existent. And sometimes he'd get injured. Sometimes he'd get injured bad enough to need hospitalization. So even when Madoka was young, she never had a positive perception of being a police officer. But despite that, she became an officer anyway, and that was the reason why.
でも同じ警察に入ってよくわかった。
But when I became a police officer just like you, I understood.
お姉ちゃんはやっぱり偉いよ。
Sis, you really are great.
叶わないとか無理とかそんな引け目を持った漠然とした感想じゃない。
That's not some vague assessment coming from an inferiority complex telling me I'll never match up to you.
自分が失敗したこと、思ったようにならなかったこととしっかり向き合って反省して、
You confronted your failures and reflected on them.
どうすれば次に生かせるかを悩んで苦しんで、それでも前に進もうとする。
You agonized about every next move, but you still continued trying to step forward.
それが私とお姉ちゃんとの大きな違いなんだね。
That's the big difference between the two of us. Madoka had the attitude that if she failed, she'd just give up. But Tomoe would stand back, up, and keep trying again and again until she succeeded. She simply had the courage, the persistence, and the dedication to do so. Of course, there may have been some underlying talent beneath that, but the biggest gulf between them was how seriously Tomoe applied herself.
私は自分がお姉ちゃんに劣ってるってずっと思ってきた。
Sis, I've always felt that you were better than me.
だから何をしてもどうせお姉ちゃんほどのことはできないって勝手に諦めてた。
I convinced myself that I'd never be as good as you no matter what I did, so I just gave up.
私はここまででこれ以上はどんなに努力してもどんなに願っても無駄だって。
Up until this point, I told myself no matter how hard I tried, no matter how much I wished for it, it was all useless.
自分に向き合って可能性を考えることをしなかった。
I couldn't face myself and consider the possibilities.
でもそれって私が自分のことを大切に思っていないってことだったんだね。
But by doing that, I wasn't valuing myself.
そんなこと。
That's not true.
だからね、私これからはもっと自分に対して真面目に向き合ってみる。
That's why I decided, from now on, I'll try to face myself more seriously.
一生懸命を笑わずに、挫折や失敗を怖がらずにね。
Without laughing off the necessary effort, and without being afraid of frustrations or failure.
そしてその結果がお姉ちゃんとか他の人に比べてどうだって考え方はもうしない。
And by doing that, I won't have to compare myself to you or anyone else.
自分のために、そして自分の大切なもののために最大限の努力ができたか、
I'll
それだけを考えていくよ。
just think about whether or not I made my personal best effort. That's what matters to me.
まどか。
Madoka.
まあ私はお姉ちゃんほどのガッツもないから、またどこかでつまずいちゃうかもしれないけどね。
Well, still not as bold as you are, sis, so I might stumble along the way.
でも何度でもうまくいくまで諦めずにやってみる。
But I'll keep on trying until it works out.
私そう決めたんだ。
That's what I've decided. Learning how her sister felt, Tomoe suddenly felt an overwhelming rush of emotion. She was delighted just to hear her say that, and she was happy that she had come to such a heartfelt decision. However, it wasn't just that. That wasn't all she worked hard for.
私もね。
Me
まど
too.
か。
Me too, Madoka.
あんたがいなかったらここまでなれなかったと思う。
I don't think I could have made it here where I am without you.
私
Me?
か？
お互い様なのよ。
We're in the same boat.
あんたは私にとって何よりも大切な妹だった。
To me, you were always my precious little sister.
だからあんたのためなら何でもできる。それが私の支えだったの。
So, I could do anything as long as it was for you. That's what kept me going. Tomoe also knew how much Madoka respected her. That's why she hated betraying her beloved sister's expectations. There were so many times she endured hardship and wanted to give up. Countless times where she considered that it might be better she yielded. However, she always asked herself, if I gave up here, what would Madoka think? She'd be sad, discouraged. Just imagine her face brought Tomoe dread. Just imagining her face brought Tomoe dread. So, if she didn't have Madoka, if she didn't have a little sister who always believed she was amazing, she could never have come as far as she did. Those were undoubtedly Tomoe's true feelings.
私のことずっと支えてくれていたのよ。あんたは自覚してなかったんだろうけど。
You probably didn't realize it, but you were supporting me all this time.
ありがとうね、まどか。
So, thank you, Madoka.
そしてこれからもよろしくね。
And from now on, let's make the best of it.
お姉ちゃん。
Sis?
さあ、無駄話はこれくらいにして。
Anyway, that's enough chit-chat.
さっさと資料整理しないと地検の特捜部の人たちもうすぐ来るわよ。
We need to get these files packed up quickly. The DPO Special Investigation Department will be here soon, won't they?
そうだね。
Yeah, that's right. After saying that, they resumed packing the documents. In this room, they had the drug analysis results prepared by Soma and the ledgers and materials seized from Sukata's home, which they had been working all night to prepare copies of. The originals were to be kept at Joint Investigation HQ, packed away in the records room behind the conference room.
他に漏れているものはないわね。じゃあ残りは。
There's nothing else we're forgetting, so all that's left is... Tomoe muttered that to herself while opening the drawer to the assistant director's cabinet. Then, she looked inside to see if anything was forgotten, and she suddenly stopped on one particular file.
これ。
Oh, this is... It was a file full of carefully separated notebook pages stored in individual plastic bags. These were the investigation records that Yusuke Minai left behind before his death.
いよいよ八方塞がりか。
In the end, it was a dead end.
ごめん、父さん。
I'm sorry, Dad. Regrets hounded Tomoe as she opened the file her father left behind. On the last page, the text, Kakuichi Airport, June, Wednesday, go, was written in black ink.
あれ？
Huh?
そ ノート何？
What's that note?
これはね、
Oh, here.
お父さんの字だね。
Oh, this is Dad's handwriting.
柿内空港6月水曜 C1?
Kakuchi Airport, June, Wednesday, C1.
いや CI かな。
Or maybe CI?
え？
Huh? As Madoka looked at the file from the side, those words leaked out. Her nonchalant voice pierced Tomoe's ears and stimulated her eardrums, and then Tomoe's consciousness wavered, as if time itself had stopped.
ちょっと待って。
Oh, hold on.
C1 って、これ、そう読めるの？
This can be read as C1?
だってこの癖書きは間違いなく C だよ。
Yeah, he always had a habit of drawing C's this way, you know?
お父さんって
Oh, man.
アルファベット書くのがものすごく下手だったからさ。
Dad was always pretty terrible at writing the English alphabet.
じゃあこれは
Then, what about this part?
ひらがなの「け」に見えるけど。
I thought it was, that written in hiragana, but...
LT
LT?
それとも LX かな。
Or maybe LX?
ね、そう見えない？
Doesn't it look that way? Tomoe froze on the spot like she had been struck by a bolt of lightning, then looked through the notes. After hearing it, yes, this really did look like her father's poor attempt at writing alphabetic characters.
そうだ。
All this time? Oh my god. She couldn't notice that? Oh no, Jesus. Yes, that's it. She had always assumed it was written in hiragana, which likely meant go, and she was desperately trying to think of what he might have meant by that. But now, she finally realized that her perspective was far too narrow, that she had stopped thinking. And then, what do they use alphabetic letters to denote at Kakuchi Airport?
これ、ひょっとしてレターコード？
Could these be letter codes?
え？
Huh?
何それ？
What's that?
レターコードってのは空港名または航空会社名を表すアルファベット表記のことよ。
Letter codes are alphabetic shorthand representations of airport and airline names.
そして2文字表記は大抵航空会社名を指す。
A two-letter code generally refers to an airline name.
C1 は確かセントラル第一航空。
And C1 is Central First Airlines.
そして LX はロベルタ航空のことよ。
And LX is Loberta Airlines.
へえ、さすがスチュワーデスに憧れてたお姉ちゃん。
Wow, good going, sis. You always did want to become a stewardess.
詳しいね。
You're so well informed. But she could no longer even hear Madoka's teasing. And then, when she noticed Fujita coming back after buying a couple cans of juice, Tomoe rushed at him seemingly in a fit of anger.
藤田君、ちょっと。
Fujita-kun, hold up! What?
なんでしょう、ミナイさん。
What is it, Minai-san?
お願い。
Please.
大至急セントラル第一航空とロベルタ航空のことを調べて。
I need you to do some investigation into Central First Airlines and Loberta Airlines, ASAP.
過去20、いえ30年間の活動記録を。
I need records of the past 20 years. No, the past 30 years of activity.
どうしたの急に。
What's gotten into you all of a sudden?
それにロベルタ航空なんてもうないよ。
Plus, Loberta Airlines doesn't even exist anymore, you know?
どこかの航空会社と合併したって前ニュースで見たもの。
I saw it on the news a while back. They merged with some other airline.
どこと合併したの？
Who did they merge with?
ああ、それなら俺知ってます。
Oh, I know the answer to that.
セントラル第一航空と合併して今はセントラル航空って名前になっていますよ。
They merged with Central First Airlines, and now they're just known as Central Airlines.
セントラル航空？
Central Airlines? That name was something she'd heard recently, but where? Where on earth did she hear it? Tomoe racked her brain, desperately trying to remember the significance of that name and that moment.
藤田君、その合併っていつ？
Fujita-kun, when was this merger?
俺が大学の受験勉強をしていた時ですから12年ほど前ですね。
It happened when I was studying for entrance exams, so probably about 12 years ago?
確かその時 参考書読みながらラジオで聞いた記憶がありますから、多分合ってます。
I'm pretty sure I was reading my study books when I heard about it on the radio, so I think that's right.
よく知ってますね、藤田さん。
You have a good memory, Fujita-kun.
そんなに有名な航空会社なんですか？
That's not exactly a famous airline, is it?
いやー、俺実は航空ショーとかが結構好きで、
Well, actually, I'm a pretty big fan of the air shows.
欧米のアクロバットチームが使う機材とかの運搬を引き受けているのがセントラル航空なんですよ。
Central Airlines handles transportation of the equipment used by aerial acrobatics teams in the West.
確かパンフにも協賛って形で書かれていたと思います。
I'm sure they're even listed as supporters on the brochure.
なるほど。
I see.
そしてそのショーは毎年6月柿内空港で行われる。
And they hold an air show every June at the Kakichi airport? It connected. Connection after connection after connection. It was all connected.
まどか藤田くん
Madoka. Fujita-kun. Huh?
見ない
She's going mad. Minai-san.
ちょっとお姉ちゃん、
Hold on, sis.
一体どうしたのよ。
What's gotten into you?
あんたたち最高最高よ。
You guys are the best. The best! Oh my god. She hugged her two bewildered onlookers while laughing at the top of her lungs for the first time in a long time. Madoka and Fujita just nervously looked down at her as she did. Just then, the phone began to ring. By the second ring, Madoka realized there was nobody else around, so she broke out of Tomoe's embrace and went to answer the phone.
はい、こちら刑事一課。
Hello, you've reached the First Investigation Division.
はい、
Yes?
どうしたの？
What's going on?
お姉ちゃんに来客だって。
Sis, you have a visitor.
東京地検の特捜部の人。
It's someone from the Special Investigation Department at the Tokyo District Prosecutor's Office. Ah. Alright, we're gonna take a quick BRB. I think I could continue reading. I just need to do a BRB for several minutes, so... Let me see what I got here. Okay. Spoilers, don't look at that yet. Okay, I'll be back shortly. Give me, a handful of minutes. back. The cicadas making their noise. Alright, let's continue reading. The man parted the bangs from his forehead that was so sweaty it seemed drenched by rain, despite the sunny weather, as he pushed into the floor of the First Division. Then, with a fearless, challenging smile, he pulled a business card from his inside pocket and handed it to Tomoe.
お初にお目にかかります。東京地検特捜部の反町です。
Let me introduce myself. I'm Sorimachi from the Special Investigation Department at the Tokyo District Prosecutor's Office.
どうもはじめまして。
It's nice to meet you. After lightly bowing her head, Tomoe glanced at the title on the business card. Chief Public Prosecutor. He seemed a little older than her, probably mid-30s. His physique was neat enough to look like a model, and he looked a little frivolous, but she could tell from the sharp look in his eyes that he was a capable man.
だけど
However, something about the name Tokyo District Prosecutor's Office made Tomoe uncomfortable. There should have been someone from Nagoya DPO appointed here. There was no reason to dispatch someone from a completely different department in Tokyo, and it was even more odd that they sent a single person in advance. The badge looked real, but who is this so-called Prosecutor Sorimachi?
警察庁広報室所属報道担当警部の南井です。
My name is Chief Inspector Minai, currently working on behalf of the MPA Public Relations Office.
ご用件は
How can I help you?
なあ、その前に
Right, but before that,
ちょっと失礼します。
excuse me for just a moment. After saying that, Sorimachi took off his suit jacket. His shirt was wet enough for his skin to show through. The smell of sweat came overflowing through the damp air, and Madoka, who was standing beside her, made no attempt to hide the grimace on her face. Gross!
いや、すみません。
Oh, sorry.
ちょっとタクシーの冷房が壊れてたもんで、暑くって。
The AC in the taxi wasn't working, so it was a little hot.
にしても、ここって結構市街から離れていますね。
Anyway, this place is pretty far from the city.
不便じゃありませんか？
It's a bit inconvenient, don't you think?
東京のようにあっちこっち電車や地下鉄が走っているわけではないので
It's not like Tokyo. There aren't trains and subway cars running every which way.
失礼ですが今日来られる予定の
Sorry, I didn't realize you were scheduled to come today.
いやいや、全くのアポなし飛び込みです。
Oh, no, I'm crashing in without an appointment.
数時間前に新幹線に飛び乗ってタクシー飛ばして飯を食ってる暇もなかった。
I got on the bullet train a few hours ago and then took a taxi, so didn't even have time to eat.
ですが、どうやら間に合ったようですね。
But seems like I made it in time.
アポがない
No appointment?
それってどういう
What's the meaning of... Her words were interrupted by the ringing desk phone. Since Madoka was nearby, she went to answer it after the first ring. However, as soon as she heard the caller's name, she shouted, "Huh?" and then immediately pressed the hold button and turned to Tomoe.
お姉ちゃん、名古屋地検の特捜部の人から
Sis, it's from the Nagoya District Prosecutor's Office.
3番だけど
It's on line 3. Huh? Tomoe looked confused and turned towards Sorimachi, but he had a slight smile on his face and held his hand up as he said, "Please go ahead." Tomoe had no choice but to lift the handset and press the flashing button, number 3. Before she could even say a word, the caller identified himself as a Nagoya District Prosecutor.
途中の道が混んでいたために遅れましたが、我々はあと30分ほどでそちらに到着できそうです。
We've hit some traffic, so we're running late, but we'll be there in approximately 30 minutes.
資料のご準備の方はいかがでしょうか？
Are you nearly finished preparing the materials?
え
Yes.
こちらも今県警と署の捜査員が総がかりになって準備しておりますので到着された頃にはあまりお待たせすることなくお渡しできるかと思います
Prefectural police and local police are working together to prepare everything as we speak, so I think we'll be able to hand it off shortly after your arrival.
目録も添付しておりますのでそちらをご覧いただけましたら幸いです
We've also attached an inventory list, so I hope you give it a look.
そうですか。ありがとうございます。
I see. Thank you.
今回の捜査令状は私の方で持参しておりますが、それをどちらにお渡しすればよろしいか教えていただけますか？
I'm bringing an investigation warrant this time, so can you let me know who I can present it to?
署の第一会議室で 県警捜査一課の堂島課長が指揮を執っております。
Come to conference room 1 at the station. Section Chief Dojima of the Prefectural Police First Investigation Team is in charge.
その者が今回の責任者なので、彼にご提出ください。
Please submit it to him, and he'll take care of it.
了解しました。
Roger that!
それでは。
Over now. After confirming that the caller had hung up, Tomoe sat down the receiver. Then she turned back to Sorimachi, who had pulled out a fan at some point to cool himself off.
東京地検の方とおっしゃいましたね。
You said you were from Tokyo DPO, right?
令状はお持ちでしょうか？
Do you have a warrant for this investigation?
ありません。
I don't.
はい？
Huh?
いや、実はあなた方が有力な情報を掴んだことをほんの数時間前に知りまして。
No, to tell you the truth, it was only a few hours ago that I learned you had obtained some powerful intel.
そのため、令状を裁判所に請求している暇もありませんでした。
So I didn't have time to go through the courts to get a warrant.
は
Huh? That brazen attitude made Fujita cry out in shock. Without a warrant, they had no obligation to submit investigation materials, and could even refuse requests, so it's common sense among the police force to only hand over necessary materials after being presented legally binding proof. And yet, this man didn't have that? Tomoe was feeling more and more suspicious of Sorimachi, and she was starting to regret letting him in without vetting him properly.
令状をお持ちでなければ、お役所的な対応で申し訳ありませんが、その提示をいただいた上で、資料の引き渡しを行わせていただきます。
If you don't have a warrant, then I'm sorry, but we have to follow policy. Only hand over materials after you properly present one.
これも規則ですので、ご理解ください。
These are established rules. Please try to understand.
まあ、そうお答えになるだろうとは思っておりました。
Well, I thought you might say that.
ですがこれは、どちらかというと、あなた方のご好意に頼った。
But if I had to...
お願いに近いものです。
But if I had to say, this is more like a request, depending on your kindness.
よって、私のことが信用できないとおっしゃるようであれば、お断りになられても仕方ないと覚悟しております。
So if you think me untrustworthy, I'm prepared to accept your refusal.
はあ。
I see. Then Tomoe seriously considered declining him immediately, but she thought it would be a pity to do that to someone who came all the way here from Tokyo, so Tomoe blinked and gave him a vague answer. Still though, no matter what this guy's title may be, how could she trust someone enough to hand over investigation materials when he suddenly shows up unannounced without a warrant?
そもそも、どうして東京地検のあなたが私たちの捜査情報をお知りになったのですか？
Why does the Tokyo District Prosecutor know about our investigation materials in the first place?
名古屋地検にも我々のアンテナ役が何人かおりましてね。
We have ancillary informants at Nagoya DPO.
その中の一人が今回の上司の意向に対して賛同できないと言ってこちらに情報を垂れ込んでくれたわけです。
One of them came to me saying they disagreed with their boss's orders, so they offered me some information.
それならば名古屋地検を通じて資料をご覧になるべきじゃないでしょうか。
In that case, shouldn't you go through Nagoya DPO to get your hands on the data?
今回我々は名古屋さんからの協力要請を受けて資料をご提供するのです。
We already received a cooperation request from Nagoya and agreed to provide them this information.
それを横取りするようにライン外の東京地検さんが出張ってくるのはまるで派閥争いというか仲間割れのようにしか見えませんよ。
The fact that someone from Tokyo is trying to get their hands on it first reeks of a faction dispute. It's hard to see it as anything but a falling out. Fujita's suspicion hit his limit, so he interrupted the two of them to reproach Sorimachi. In response, Sorimachi gave him an affirming nod as he pulled up an empty chair and sat down.
おっしゃる通り、同じ検察庁同士で手柄争いをしている。そう取られても仕方がないことを私は申し上げています。
It's just as you say. It's a dispute among factions at the prosecutor's office for the credit. There's no point in denying that.
それに、このことが露見すれば、名古屋さんから抗議が来るかもしれない。
And if this comes to light, Nagoya will likely file a protest.
だが、そうも言っていられない都合が、こちらにもありましてね。
I realize it's unreasonable to cut in like this.
無茶を承知で割り込ませていただいたわけです。
But the situation leaves me no other option.
その都合とは一体何ですか？
And just what might this situation be?
差し支えなければ教えていただけるとありがたいです。
If you don't mind, I'd appreciate if you could tell me.
名古屋地検から来る連中、千葉の紐付きですよ。
The people at Nagoya DPO are working on behalf of Chiba. Sorimachi suddenly dropped his voice as he said that, causing Tomoe and the others to gasp and open their eyes wide. Then his smile vanished and he looked around the room, first at Fujita, then at Madoka, then back to Tomoe, and gave her a signal.
この二人は信用できるのか。そういうことか。
Can these two be trusted? Is that what he's trying to ask? Tomoe picked up on Sorimachi's implication and gave him a firm nod. After receiving that, he leaned forward and continued.
もうあまり時間もないので、腹を割ってお話しします。
We don't have much time, so I'll keep this brief.
どうやら、あなた方は検察の連中に資料を渡して、あとはお任せする心づもりなのかもしれません。
You're under the impression you should hand the documents over to the prosecutors and trust them to handle the rest.
しかし、名古屋にはもう千葉の息のかかった奴らの手が回っています。
But Chiba already has lackeys waiting on his beck and call in Nagoya.
ですから、あなたたちは資料のコピーを渡して、原本は残しておきたいとお考えでしょうが、連中は上の命令を盾にして、それも回収するつもりです。
So, probably plan to give them copies and keep the originals to yourselves, but they're going to use orders from above as a pretense to confiscate the originals too.
それこそ、根こそぎでね。
To completely uproot everything.
それに、名古屋さんは適度なラインで事を収める気でいます。
Plus, Nagoya is planning to approach this from a moderate point of view.
残念ですが、あなた方が期待する結果にはならないでしょう。
I'm sorry to say this, but they're not going to get you the results you're hoping for.
適度なライン
A moderate point of view?
ということは、千葉の逮捕までいかないってことですか？
You're saying they won't arrest Chiba?
そうです。
That's right.
あなた方が確保した秘書の塚田、それに問題のありそうな企業と観光庁の担当者を何人か挙げて、贈収賄容疑とかでとっ捕まえる。
They're likely to levy bribery charges against Secretary Sukada, whom you've already captured, as well as a handful of other problematic corporate and government officials.
それが彼らの妥協点でしょう。
But that's as far as they're willing to compromise.
薬事法違反の絡みで、厚生省の麻薬取締部の動きも気になりますが、聞いたところによると現状、有力な証拠をつかむまでには至っていないようですから、おそらくする。
I'm also concerned about whether or not the Ministry of Health and Welfare's Narcotics Control Department will treat it as a violation of pharmaceutical affairs law. From what I've heard, they don't think there's strong enough evidence at the moment, so they'll probably look the other way.
そして、親玉への追及は、政治的な判断で見送られる予定です。
And pursuit of the man at the top will be postponed for political reasons.
そんな。
It can't be.
まさかというお気持ちはよくわかります。
It's hard to believe. I completely understand that.
私だって検事だ。身内の信用を貶めるようなことは言いたくない。
I'm a prosecutor myself. I don't want to say anything that might discredit my colleagues.
ただ、はっきり言って、この一件に関わる黒幕連中は、そんじょそこらの犯罪グループなんかとは、規模も力も違う。
But to be perfectly blunt, the masterminds pulling the strings behind this are far greater in scale and power than a conventional criminal group.
追及を逃れるためなら、ルールブックを書き換えてしまうことさえやってのけますよ。
They even have the power to rewrite the rulebook in order to evade pursuit. Tomoe was stunned as she listened to Sorimachi's explanation, but at the same time she reconsidered her thoughts. No matter how rotten Akihiko Chiba may be, he's still a big-name politician who served as Minister of Health and Welfare. It would take no more than half-hearted idealism to take him. It would take more than half-hearted idealism to take him down.
今回、あなた方が塚田の自宅から押収した資料からは、おそらく千葉への献金、つまり彼の贈収賄に関わる証拠のいくつかが発見されるでしょう。
The donation records you seized from Tsukada's home will probably reveal some evidence of Chiba's bribery.
ですが、その献金ルートをたどって全てを暴くと、 それこそ医薬業界が大パニックに陥ります。
But if you trace those donations back and uncover everything, it would throw the entire pharmaceutical industry into panic.
どこまでが政治献金でどこからが賄賂なのかの境目が非常に不明確な現状では犯罪の基準点が見出しにくいからです。
It's hard to draw a firm line between political contribution and bribes nowadays, so it'll be difficult to find a solid reference point for his crimes. In general, pharmaceutical companies in Japan are required to get approval before they can sell newly developed drugs. The approval process is handled by the Pharmaceutical Affairs Council within the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Companies often pay incentives to doctors, hospitals, and council members to cooperate during the data collection phase. Strictly speaking, that's a bribe. So much like the construction industry, pharmaceutical industry is commonly regarded as a field rife with undisclosed expenditures.
実際、過去のローウェル事件の顛末がそれを証明しています。
In fact, the consequences of the old Lowell incident only prove that point.
当時、清廉を謳った首相の指示で、地検特捜部やらが徹底的に業界内へメスを入れて責任追及を行ったのですが。
Back then, the Prime Minister was all about integrity, and under his direction, DPO's Special Investigation Department thoroughly put the knife to the industry to pursue responsibility.
結果、贈収賄を行ったとして逮捕された者は数十人規模になってしまいましたからね。
And as a result, dozens of people were arrested on charges of bribery. Presidents, executives, university professors, ministry deputy directors, and other managers who couldn't be easily replaced were arrested one after another. Some of these companies went bankrupt or shut down as a result. Additionally, people were shocked to learn that the Ministry of Health and Welfare and a leading pharmaceutical company had gotten caught in a scandal, which heightened public distrust in medicine and contributed to a subsequent economic downturn. On top of that, medical researchers and other industry officials started weighing more emphasis on their well-being, so they became reluctant to develop new drugs or cooperate with others doing so. Thus, it could be said that the Japanese pharmaceutical industry had stalled since the Lowell incident and fallen 20 years behind compared to other developed countries.
結局、一番損をしたのは病に苦しんで治療薬を必要とする患者たちでした。
In the end, the ones who suffered the greatest loss were the patients suffering from illness who need medication.
おかしな話です。
What a wretched story.
そうですね。
Indeed. When she thought about that contradiction, she felt her conviction wavering. The absurdity of doing the right thing but ultimately hurting weaker, more vulnerable people was something Tomoe couldn't accept.
そして現在、政財官において偉くなっている連中はローウェル義国の悪影響に苦しんだ奴らばかりです。
And today, people who suffer the negative effects of the Lowell scandal are in high places in government and politics.
だからもしその過去の事例を挙げて今回の未認可薬の問題で騒ぎが大きくなれば同様に副作用的な影響が出てしまうと。
So, if the past case is any indication, when people start making huge commotion about the problem of unapproved drugs, it'll cause side effects just like before.
千葉がそう言って閣僚たちあるいは厚生省の幹部を巧みに説得したとすればどうなります？
What do you think would happen if Chiba tried to persuade the cabinet ministers and other Ministry of Health and Welfare executives with that argument? There was no need to answer. They wanted to revive the sinking pharmaceutical industry, so they'd do everything they could to downplay the case in order to reduce the impact of the aftermath. Thinking about it, she could see it happening. The district prosecutor would limit the bribery charges to Secretary Sukada, and then close the investigation before it could be linked back to any hospitals involved in the transactions. That way, social impact could be kept under control, and the case of these dangerous drugs would come to an end. And as a result, Chiba himself would be able to evade pursuit.
ある程度は予想していたつもりでしたが、やはりそうなりますか？
I expected something along those lines, but is that really all true?
状況はよくありません。
Situation is not good.
それに今はまだ総選挙の公示前ですが、いざそれが始まれば第二子である千葉に対しては逮捕どころか調書すらまともに取れなくなる。
Plus, general election announcements are coming very soon. Once it starts up, it won't be possible to arrest Chiba or obtain his records.
ですから今しかない。
So, we have to do this immediately.
チャンスは本当にあと数日なんです。
This opportunity will only last a few more days. Indeed, the House of Representatives general election was coming up soon. Once that process got going, the district prosecutor's office wouldn't be able to investigate the candidates even if they wanted to. In other words, she truly wanted to expose Chiba's wrongdoings. If she truly wanted to expose Chiba's wrongdoings, there was barely any time left. Nojima and the other folks at Investigation HQ understood that, and that's why they pressured Nagoya DPO to come here today.
あれ
Huh? When Tomoe heard that, she suddenly noticed something. After everything she heard, arresting Chiba sounded extremely difficult, but Sorimachi was still suggesting it was a possibility. In other words, he understood the social impact this would have, but was still willing to arrest Chiba without stooping to the appeasement mentioned earlier. And because of that, she could definitely understand why it would be better to hand those records over to Tokyo DPO instead of Nagoya DPO. But she didn't understand his motive for taking such a risk to pursue Chiba.
わかりません。
I don't understand.
社会的不安を煽ることになると分かっていながら、あえて東京地検さんが千葉を逮捕しようとなさるのはなぜですか？
Why is the Tokyo District Prosecutor so insistent on arresting Chiba, even knowing that doing so will lead to civil unrest?
あなた方の上層部もできれば影響をミニマムに捉えたいと考えるのが自然だと思いますが。
I'm sure your upper management wants to keep the impact of this to a minimum.
ええ、おそらく上はね。
Yes, that's likely what the higher-ups think.
実際ローウェル社の捜査も千葉明彦に対しての追及もやりすぎだと偉いさん方からは随分注意されています。
In fact, some of the big shots warned me that investigating LOL Inc. and pursuing Akihiko Chiba was going too far.
ただ俺たちはそれが我慢ならんのですよ。
But we can't bear it.
不正を明らかに働いているのを目にしておきながらもっともらしい後付けの理屈で見逃そうとするその根性がね。
Bear the nerve of those people seeing injustice happening, yet looking the other way while thinking up excuses to justify it in hindsight. Maybe Sorimachi's throat had gotten dry from all the talking because he started lightly coughing right then. When Tomoe saw that, she grabbed one of Fujita's cans of coffee and held it out to him.
ああ、どうも。
Ah, thanks.
まあ、それはともかくとして。
Well, anyway.
俺たちはローウェル社の件をはじめ莫大な国費を浪費して収賄につぎ込んだアルファベットプロジェクトにまつわる不正の数々をこれまでずっと追っていました。
We've been following a number of illegitimate money transfers related to the Alphabet Project. Things like LOL Inc. that eat up vast portions of the national budget.
調べれば調べるほど笑いましたよ。
The more I looked into it, the more it made me want to laugh.
その研究会ではもっともらしい綺麗な建前を振りかざしていましたが、実は単なる連中の懐を超え太らせていくだけのものだったわけで、ぶっ飛ばしてやりたくなった。
The research groups would put on virtuous masks, but in reality, it was about fattening their bellies and lining their pockets. So I wanted to blow it all away.
そんな土下座どもに一泡吹かせてやりたくて、俺たちはここ何年もの間心血を注いできたんです。
But we've been pouring our heart and soul into delivering a fatal blow to those fiends for years. After saying that, Sorimachi swiftly took a drink from his can of coffee, then squeezed his hand so tight his nails dug into the can. He was carefully choosing his words to avoid leaking information, but the tone alone was enough to convey his heated emotions.
頭は悪くない。
He's pretty sharp.
それにまんざら嘘をついているわけでもなさそうだ。
And it doesn't seem like he's lying. Though Tomoe's facial expression hadn't changed, Sorimachi still felt a slight something in her response. He let the name of the Alphabet Project slip out because he wanted to see how much they'd been able to grasp thus far. And he was starting to think this female chief inspector, who he originally thought was nothing more than a clerk, was actually someone he could rely on.
なるほど。このお嬢さんは知っているな。
I see. So she already knows about that. He was prepared from the start to die on the battlefield here, and intended to launch an assault regardless of the odds. So, he was willing to bluff it would allow him to snatch victory, and Sorimachi came to Kakuichi Station running on those desperate feelings. But this girl understood the circumstances and could possibly be convinced to help. With that in mind, he decided to continue.
アルファベットプロジェクトを動かしている連中は強大な富と権力を欲しいままにして悪辣な事業に手を染めている。
The people running the Alphabet Project are using their vast wealth and power to indulge themselves in illegitimate businesses.
このままだとさらに数多くの犠牲者が出て、それこそ汚染の範囲は 国内全域にまで広がっていくでしょう。
At this rate, there will be even more casualties, and the corruption will spread across the entire country.
確かにローウェル事件の時のような衝撃を再び起こすのは危険ですが、だったらプロジェクト自身をぶっ潰してしまえばいい。
It would certainly be dangerous to have another impact like what happened in the Lowell incident, but if that's the case, it'd be best to crush the project itself.
それを実現するためにも中心人物である千葉の逮捕が必要。
And the only way
大
to
手術をやるべきなんですよ。
and the only way to do that is to arrest the man at the top, Chiba. Major surgery is necessary.
確かにそうですね。
Indeed, that's true. Tomoe pulled the tab on her can of coffee as she voiced her agreement. The tension was suffocating, and her throat felt dry.
見ないさん。
Minai-san.
お姉ちゃん。
Sis. Meanwhile, Fujita and Madoka were behind her, turning to her with inquisitive looks in their eyes. Tomoe noticed them, of course, but she held up a hand and said later, then turned back towards Soramachi. She felt sorry that they were feeling left behind, but at the moment she couldn't afford to waste any time stopping to explain the situation to them.
しかし反町さん、
But, Soramachi-san,
今回の捜査資料が不正を改善するためにどれほどの効果をもたらすものか、正直言って未知数なのです。
I'm still not sure how effective these investigation materials will be at providing legal activity.
ですから気分を害されるかもしれませんが、あなた自身の勝手な独断で妙な期待を持ってこちらにいらっしゃったのなら、いささか勇み足かと。
So, I mean no offense, but maybe it was rash of you to come all the way out here with such high expectations.
私にはそう感じられます。
That's how it feels to me.
ほう。
Huh?
またあまりに大手術になると逆に患者自身の体を傷つけ、命も危険に陥ることになる。
If you cut too large a hole during surgery, the patient's body's damaged and their life will be in danger.
そう思って軟着陸を試みようとするのは検察庁のお偉いさん。
The higher
国家の
ups,
安定を第一に考える立場の人間としては当然の理屈だと思います。
the higher ups at the prosecutor's office are trying to soften the blow, as people putting the stability of the nation first. That seems like a logical justification.
本心で言っているとは思えませんね。
I don't think you truly believe that. Surimachi's gaze became even sharper as he looked straight at Tomoe. Time was running out, so he couldn't afford to squander another moment. His voice grew, an insecure edge to it.
この国は上に行けば行くほどいびつで事なかれ主義が強くなります。
The higher you go up in this country, the more twisted it becomes. Those people are strong proponents of peace at any cost.
だから大手術に耐えきれないと分かったらすぐ傷口を閉じてなかったことにしてしまう。
So they'll close the wound as soon as they find the patient won't survive the surgery and pretend it was never there.
それで患者自身の生命力が衰え、やがて朽ち果ててもリスクを負って万一失敗した時、その責めを一身に浴びることの方を嫌い恐れる。
So, even as the patient's vital signs are dropping, they don't want to take the risk of failure. They're terrified of shouldering the blame.
おっしゃる通りです。
You're right about that.
ただその体自身が政治家本人のものだったら、それは個人の選択で自由な権利だ。
If the body itself belonged to a politician, they'd have the individual right to choose.
だがこの場合体ってのはこの国で、その所有者は国民なんです。
But in this case, the body is the country itself and the citizens are the stakeholders.
そして我々検事は彼らから税金をもらって今の地位について汚職や不正を取り締まる職務を負っている。
And we, the prosecutors, are in our current position because of their tax dollars, so we have a duty to crack down on corruption and fraud.
なのにその俺たちがその国民の利益よりも好き勝手に振る舞う政治家連中のへりくつと建前を守るなんて、まるで犯罪者と警察が共謀するようなものじゃないですか。
And yet, we should put the quibbles and the reputation of politicians above the interests of the people? Isn't that like criminals conspiring with the police?
俺はそれが一番納得できないんです。
I can't accept that. It would be a shame to intentionally overlook wrongdoing just because of the major side effects it would cause. Even when you realize absolute integrity is only an ideal, justice dies when you permit the darkness a foothold. In that sense, Surimachi seemed like a man with a lot of self-respect and responsibilities for his duties, and he seemed to have strong conviction in every word he said, so she got a good feeling from him.
だけどどうする
But what should I do? If Nagoya DPO really is what Surimachi says it is, then she needed to cooperate with Tokyo DPO to catch the mastermind behind this incident. But, to borrow Surimachi's words, there was a great deal of risk in accepting his request here. Could she really set that aside and trust this man? Tomoe was still hesitating to come to a decision.
と、時間もないのに脱線してすみません。
Oh, I'm sorry for going off on a tangent when we have so little time.
で、いかがです？
So, what do you say?
あなたのお考えはよくわかります。
I understand what you're saying.
ですが、だからといってあなたが信用に足る方だという証拠はどこにあります？
But what proof do you have to back up your credibility?
単にあなたの暴走で思いついたことに振り回されるというのであれば、これほどの道化はありません。
You can't think that some reckless buffoonery is enough to sway me. Tomoe looked down at the business card that Surimachi had given her. He had more backbone than she first thought, and he did make a good impression, but whether that was enough for her to trust him was another matter entirely. Plus, there was still a chance that Nagoya DPO would take it seriously and pursue the culprit, and the Surimachi guy could very well be all bark and no bite. Or worse, he could be an enemy agent, here to steal the resources Tomoe and her colleagues obtained.
それに、こんな名刺一つで正式な令状を持つ彼らよりもあなたに任せろとでも言うのですか？
And you're telling me, based on this business card alone, that I should trust you over the people coming here with an official warrant.
我々もこの資料を作り上げるために、それこそ血を流すような思いを重ねて、たくさんの人たちに力添えをしてもらってきた。
So many people have poured their blood into helping me gather these materials.
そんな彼らに対して、私も責任があります。
So, I have to live up to the responsibility they entrusted to me.
無茶を言っているのは承知の上です。
I realize that I'm saying something unreasonable.
残念ながら正式な証拠も、あなた方が信用できる材料を集めている暇もなく、私はここまで来た。
Unfortunately, I didn't bring any formal evidence to prove you can trust me with these materials.
ただ、先ほども申し上げました通り、時間がない。
But I told you earlier, there was no time.
こう話しているだけでも、すでに10分。連中が到着するまで、あと20分だ。
We've already spent 10 minutes discussing this. They'll be here in another 20 minutes.
奴らは名古屋さんに全て持ち帰らせて、もう大丈夫だと油断するでしょう。
If you send them back to Nagoya, they'll think it's all fine and relax their guard.
そこが最大のチャンスなんです。
This is a major opportunity. Cloudy white handprints emerged on the glass surface of the desk that Surimachi rested his hands on. His impatience and desperation were clear as day.
ですが、反町さん。
But, Surimachi-san,
あなたもこっち側の人間ならば、ルールを破ることのリスクと信用を証明することの難しさを知っているはずです。
someone in your position should fully understand the risk of breaking the rules and the danger of failing to prove credibility.
だったら、
Given that,
分かっている。
I'm aware of that.
だが彼らがやってくれば、ここにある資料は根こそぎ持っていかれる。
But if they come here, they're going to confiscate the records.
そして、全ての証拠を持ち去られてしまったら、我々にはもう手出しができなくなる。
And once that evidence is gone, there's nothing more we can do.
本当に正念場なんですよ、警部さん。
Chief Inspector, I'm begging you. This is a critical moment.
政治家や代議士に対しての逮捕権を持っていないあなたたちなら、持っていても仕方のない資料だ。特に惜しくもないかもしれない。
Since folks on your side of the fence don't have the authority to arrest politicians or representatives, you might think whatever happens to these materials is outside your control.
それでも、我々にとっては、決戦兵器にも等しい代物なんだ。
Still, as far as we're concerned, these records are a decisive weapon. Surimachi's desperate appeal had Tomoe's heart racing. What should she do? Just as he said, there was no time to hesitate. Even now, they still probably had only just enough time to copy and transport the materials. But on what grounds could she trust him? It was just recently that she was betrayed by her subordinate, Hanada, who she thought was trustworthy. With that in mind, she was doubting her judgment and couldn't bring herself to say yes or no. At the very least, if there was some evidence that they could support her decision, she'd be willing to accept the responsibility and take that step.
頼みます。柿内署の警部さん。
I'm begging you, Chief Inspector of Kakuchi Station.
今からでも責任者にこのことをつないで口利きをして。
I can still try to talk to the people in charge and...
もっと。
Whoops. That moment. Sorimachi bowed down so deeply that his suit jacket slipped out of his hands. When Tomoe saw that, she reflexively bent down to catch it, but she accidentally grabbed it from the bottom, so his wallet spilled from his pocket.
すみません。
Sorry.
え?
Huh? As Tomoe apologized, she suddenly dropped her gaze downward and noticed the twofold wallet spread open on the floor, and her eyes stopped on the photo inside. What she saw there was a little boy and a little girl, surrounded by greenery and with innocent smiles on their faces.
ああ、すみません。
Oh, sorry.
興奮してつい。
I got carried away and...
この子は
Hey, who is this kid? Huh?
ああ、私の息子です。
Oh, that's my son.
いや、お恥ずかしい。
Sorry, this is embarrassing. After grabbing the suit from Tomoe, Sorimachi somewhat timidly reached by his wallet, or for his wallet while scratching his head. But Tomoe picked it up before he could get to it and stared at it.
この顔どこかで
This face. Where have I seen it before? Of course, she'd never seen Sorimachi's son before, but the girl holding up a peace sign beside him felt like someone she'd seen recently. But where? Where on earth did she meet that girl? She remembered. It was when she went to meet Oishi at Okinomiya Station. There was a girl stretching her arm out in front of a vending machine, struggling to insert a 100 yen coin. And as proof of that, she could clearly see the red spherical hair ornament on the girl's head in the photo. Which means this girl is...
確かみゆきちゃん
I'm sure. This is Miyuki-chan?
え
Huh?
ひょっとしてあなた、赤坂と知り合いなんですか？
Are you an acquaintance of Akasuka's, by any chance? Hearing Tomoe mutter that name, Sorimachi looked up in surprise, and when he responded immediately with the name Akasuka, she knew for certain that her recollection was correct.
反町さん
Sorimachi-san?
失礼ですが赤坂さんとはどういった関係なんですか
Sorry to pry, but what is your connection to Akasuka-san?
え
Huh?
ええ、大学時代の後輩でね。
Right. He was an underclassman back when we were in college together.
よく家族込みでキャンプに行くんで、これはその時に撮った写真なんですよ。
We often go on family camping trips together, and this photo is from one of those trips.
それだけで
Is that right? Is that all? Sorimachi, feeling a little frustrated, was about to ask why they were having small talk at a time like this, but when he realized how seriously Tomoe was listening to his words, he was quickly able to pick up on where this conversation was going. Were the two of them just acquaintances, or did the two of them have a deeply trusting relationship? That's what she was trying to find out here.
ならば。
In that case, he didn't know how well acquainted this chief inspector was with his sworn brother. Nevertheless, Sorimachi decided to gamble on those odds and started talking about Akasuka, hoping it would be enough to win her trust.
わかりました。
Understood.
赤坂が公安だってことは、すでにご存知ですよね。
I'm sure you already know Akasuka works for public security.
奴は現在外事系。特に国内企業が開発した技術や、その情報の流出を防ぐことをメインに行っています。
He's currently working in foreign affairs, especially in preventing domestic technology and information from being leaked overseas.
いわゆる産業スパイの活動抑止とその取り締まりです。
Basically, cracking down on industrial espionage.
今回、アルファベットプロジェクトで開発された情報が海外に流出しているとの疑いがかかったことを受けて、彼らと共同捜査を行っていました。
And I was conducting a joint investigation with him because we suspected that information from the Alphabet project was being leaked overseas.
外資系企業が関わると彼の出番ですからね。
As soon as foreign affiliated companies get involved, ball's in his court.
ただあいにく、最近になって公安がこの件から手を引いてしまったので、今は彼の力を借りることができない状況ですが。
Unfortunately, public security recently withdrew from the investigation, so can no longer depend on his support.
では赤坂さんに身元証明を取り付けることはできませんか？
Then, is there any way we could get Akasaka-san to verify your identity?
今は無理です。
For the moment, that's impossible.
彼は現在休暇中なので、おそらく今頃は家族旅行に出ているはずです。
He's on leave right now, likely out on a family trip.
和倉温泉がその行き先と聞いていましたが。
I heard he was planning to go to the hot spring in Wakura. She thought back. Indeed, when she met Akasaka at Okinomiya Station, he mentioned that a major case he was investigating had been suspended, so he was using that time for a family vacation.
和倉温泉に行く途中に立ち寄らせていただきました。
We were on the way to Wakura Hot Spring.
お元気ですか、大石さん。
How have you been, Oishi-san? Akasaka said that.
残念ですよ。
It's so unfortunate.
私としてはぜひとも捕まえたかったんですがね。
I really wanted to catch the perp.
まあまあ、赤坂さんでも無理だったのなら他の誰にもできませんでしたよ。
Sorry, drinking water there. Well, Akasaka-san, if you couldn't do it, then nobody else can.
元気出してほら。
Don't let it get to you. The stories really did match up. At the time, Oishi said that Akasaka was an excellent detective. He even encouraged Tomoe to be a detective like him. This man named Akasaka was a capable enough detective to win that old man's trust and respect. And the prosecutor standing in front of her was close enough to him to be like family, and was even collaborating with him on an investigation until just recently.
藤田君、それとまどか。
Fujita-kun? Madoka?
はい。
Yes?
何お姉ちゃん。
What is this, sis?
こっち側の段ボール箱を全部大至急で地下のメールセンターに運んで。
Move all these boxes over here to the mail center in the basement, as soon as possible.
反町さん、送付先の住所はこちらの名刺のものでよろしいですか？
Sorry, Machi-san, can we use the address on this business card as a shipping address? Huh?
あ、はい。
Sure?
皆さん、いいんですか？
Minai-san, are you sure you're okay with this?
これってあなたの。
If you do this, you'll...
責任は私が取る。
I'll take responsibility.
悪いけど、言う通りにしてくれる？
Sorry, but would you just do as I requested? Damn, she means business. Tomoe turned to them as she said that, and then repeated it to encourage her bewildered colleagues. Madoka sensed something in her sister's expression, then nodded back to her and began setting up the hand cart that was leaning against the wall nearby.
わかりました。未来警部。
Roger that, Chief Inspector Minai.
ほら、藤田さん手伝って。
Come on, Fujita-san, help out.
あと10分しかないのよ。
We've only got 10 minutes left, don't we?
はい。
Oh, right.
これ全部ですね。
Is this everything?
よっと。
Then, once all the cardboard boxes were loaded into the cart, Fujita pushed it out of the room with Madoka's help. After seeing them off, Tomoe turned back to Sorimachi, who was stunned by the sudden development. Then she smiled and spoke up.
今2人が運び出した段ボールに入っている資料は残っているこれらのコピーです。
The documents in those boxes are the only copies of these records. Man, all just because his wallet came unfolding out of his, coat. And she saw a picture.
私が広報用の資料にして後で整理するつもりで預かっていたものなのですが、薬の成分を分析した予備資料も含めてそのまま東京地検に郵送します。
They include the preliminary analysis results of the drug's components. It's planned to organize them later and keep them as public relations records, but we'll mail them to Tokyo DPO as is.
印刷している時間はもうありませんので。
There's no time to print any copies.
本当によろしいんですか？
Oh, are you really okay with that?
押しかけておいてなんですが、資料を丸ごと渡していただけるなんて。
Even though I selfishly barged in on you, you're willing to hand over everything? Surimachi came here thinking they'd at best provide him copies of a portion of the material, so he was extremely surprised to hear Tomoe was offering him all of it. He, too, understood just how valuable this material was, and not to mention, she may not be able to avoid formal reprimand for releasing this material to outside parties. There certainly was a huge risk, and she was still feeling a little hesitant. This would be very hard to explain to the public relations director and the police secretary later on. And if she allowed Surimachi to carry the documents out of here, and then he lost them, or worse, if he disposed of them, then Tomoe would truly have lost everything.
だけど
Even so, Tomoe believed. She decided she wanted to believe.
必要分の複写が済み次第警察庁広報室に返送してください
Please return these records to the National Police Agency's Public Relations Office as soon as necessary copies have been made.
私はあなたを信じます
I'm trusting you.
だからどうか役立てていただけますか
So please, do whatever you can to help.
警部さん
Chief Inspector,
私はたくさんの人たちに支えられて今日まで捜査に当たってきました
I've received the support of so many people on this investigation up until today.
自分一人が勝手な理想の中に生きることなく他の人々もそれぞれに正義を持って生きていることを信じてその心に訴えかけて
I wasn't just living for my
来ることができたんです
I wasn't just living for my own selfish ideals, but also by believing in other people living their lives with their own views of justice. And by appealing to those hearts, I was able to get where I am today.
だからどうかあなたのことも信じさせてください
So please, let me believe in you too.
お願いします
It's all I ask.
わかりました
Understood.
こんな俺を信頼してくれて本当に感謝します
Really. Thank you so much for placing your trust in a man like me.
あなたの見る目が正しかったことをしっかりと証明してみせますよ
I'll give you solid proof that your eyes did not deceive you. Surimachi-san said that with a smile so big it was about to fly off his face, then deeply bowed to Tomoe. If this really is something Chiba was so afraid of that he hatched a plot to recover it, then he might actually be able to win this. Then we, might be able to win this. No, we'll definitely win. With those powerful feelings in mind, Surimachi held out his hand. Tomoe reciprocated and gave him a very firm handshake.
では私はこれで
Alright, I'll be heading out then.
ことは一刻を争いますので
This is a race against time after all.
Ah.
Oh,
すみません
sorry.
近くの駅までお送りしますので少々お付き合いいただいてもよろしいですか
But would you mind coming to the nearby station with me? Huh?
無駄足になるかもしれませんがお手伝いいただきたいことがあるんです
It might end up being pointless, but I have something else I think may help you. As she said that, Tomoe reached into her pocket and pulled something out, then held it up to Surimachi. Sukata had given it to her just a few days ago. It was a key with a number tag attached. Walk. Tomoe entrusted Fujita and the others to handle submitting materials to Joint Investigation HQ and left Kakuji Station with Surimachi.
ギリギリセーフでしたね
Just barely made it, huh? Just as the two of them hopped in a car and were about to start the engine, 4 station wagons and vans entered through the main gate to the station and stopped in a guest parking spot. Then, the door swung open and then men dressed in suits climbed out in a hurry and rushed to the station lobby.
一緒にいた部下にはあなたが来たことは所長と課長たちにだけ伝えるようにと念をしています
I told my subordinate from earlier not to tell anyone but the chief and the section chief that you were here.
受付の子にも口止めをしておくよう私の妹に頼んでおきました
And I told my sister to make sure the receptionist keeps quiet about it.
ご安心ください
So there's no need to worry.
お気遣い痛み入ります
I appreciate your concern.
ところであなたは資料引き渡しの場に立ち会わなくてもよろしいのですか
By the way, don't you need to be present on site to hand over the materials?
実は私現在謹慎中なもので本当はここにいちゃいけないんですよ
To tell you the truth, I'm actually supposed to be on house arrest at the moment. Perfect. Tomoe smiled as she said that while slowly driving through the gate and exiting the Kakuji police station. Then, on the national highway en route to the Kakuji train station, she briefly explained to Surimachi the circumstances behind the key.
なるほど
I see.
それでその鍵は塚田から受け取ったものなんですか
So, this key came from Sukata himself.
ええ
Yes.
当初は何の鍵なのかわからなかったんですが、これと同じ形状の鍵を柿内駅前のコインロッカーで見たとさっき私の妹が教えてくれたんです。
I didn't know what kind of key it was at first, but my sister told me just a little while ago that she saw keys like this at the coin lockers in front of the Kakuichi train station.
それを今から確かめて、ものによってはあなたにそのまま引き渡したいと思っています。
So I'm heading there to check it out. And depending on what it is, I might want to hand it over to you.
よろしいんですか？
Are you sure?
ああ、いや、俺たちにとっては願ったり叶ったりのお話ですが。
Ah,
それ
sorry.
ってあなたの。
Sorry. I'm hopeful for whatever it might be, but it's yours, whatever it is.
あなたが先ほどおっしゃったように、ことは急を要します。
You said so earlier. Situation is urgent.
ですから、中身を確かめた後に東京地検をお送りするよりも、よほど効率的かと。
So, this would be much more efficient than shipping it to Tokyo DPO after checking the contents.
警部さん、あなた。
Chief Inspector, you... Of course, Surimachi looked at Tomoe with a completely befuddled expression. Indeed, he had come here making unreasonable demands for her to cooperate on this investigation, but it seemed crazy to be willing to go so far as to trust a stranger.
バカなのか？
Is she insane?
それとも何か含むところがあって。
Or is there something she's thinking? As Surimachi started developing those doubts, Tomoe smiled and spoke up.
私たち警察の力だけでは政治家を取り締まることはできない。
We, the police, don't have the authority to crack down on politicians.
刑事事件を起こしたとの確固たる証拠があれば話は別ですが、不正や汚職に関しては何もできません。
It's a totally different story if there's solid evidence of criminal charges, but there's nothing we can do about fraud or corruption.
それに総選挙のことを考えれば時間はほとんど残されていない。
And given the upcoming general election, there's very little time left.
ええ、確かに。
Yes, that's certainly true.
ですが、今回の事件を本当の意味で解決するためには千葉明彦の逮捕、あるいは制裁が必須になります。
But the only way for this case to be truly resolved is if it ends with the arrest of Akihiko Chiba, or sanctions against him.
そのための名古屋地検と思っていましたが、どうやら反町さん、あなた方を頼った方がよほど勝ち目がある。
I thought that was Nagoya DPO's role in this, but it turns out I had better odds relying on you, Surimachi-san.
勘違いしないでください。
Please don't misunderstand.
私はあなたに協力するのではなく、あなたを巻き込むんです。
It's not that I've agreed to cooperate with you. I'm getting you involved.
ですから期待、裏切らないでくださいね。
So I hope you won't betray my expectations. That answer had Surimachi reevaluating his earlier thoughts. To be honest, he thought that since Tomoe was a woman, she felt an emotional sense of affinity based on them having a common acquaintance, and that was the reason she offered to cooperate with him. But that was wrong. She was actually one of the most mindful detectives he'd ever met, always approaching a situation with calm, rational thought. That was why she could tell now was their only chance to catch her enemy, Shiba, and was doing everything in her power to make that happen. She had a sharp intuition beyond her age. Deep in his heart, Surimachi applauded her.
あんた、いい女ですね。
You're a good woman.
死んだ女房の次くらいに惚れちまいそうですよ。
You might be the first woman I've been smitten with since my late wife. Oh, come on, Surimachi.
それはどうも。
Come on now. It's not the time to be making moves. Thanks.
本気にならないでくださいよ。
You don't mean that seriously, do you?
まさかまさか。
No way, no way. Great. Surimachi cheerfully laughed back, playing it off as a joke. In reality, he was feeling somewhat attracted to her, but he kept that to himself. Get your shit together, we got a case to solve. Fortunately, traffic was fairly light, so Tomoe and Surimachi arrived at the station shortly thereafter. They parked in a nearby lot and walked at a brisk pace toward the staff room beside the ticket gate. According to the station attendant, there were lockers located next to the ticket offices at the north and south entrances, and the numbers are common to both. So, Tomoe looked at the number on the key tag and decided to check the south entrance first. It was an area off in the shadows and most of the lockers were in use, possibly for long periods of time. And then... She immediately found a locker with the same number off in the back. Naturally, it was locked. And the fee must have been paid fairly recently because unlike some of the surrounding lockers, it wasn't marked overdue. I'm opening it. Tomoe suppressed her racing thoughts as she said that to Sorimachi beside her, then inserted the key into the keyhole. Ka-chink! The lock released with a light twist. Then, she took a deep breath and slowly opened the door. What? She immediately lost her voice. There was nothing inside. It was totally empty. What's the meaning of this? Maybe one of Chiba's men already took it? That's a possibility. Oh, I cut him off. I'm sorry. I'll read it. I'll have it read again. That's a possibility. How unfortunate. Overwhelmed with regret, Tomoe tightly clenched her fist. She wasn't expecting much, but the disappointment was immense. If everything Sorimachi said was true, Tomoe's enemies were crafty and scrupulous enough to steal these materials. They could have already foreseen that he was hiding something here. So the enemy was one step ahead of us. Damn it. It can't be. After Tsukada went through such painstaking effort to entrust this to me. Even though she thought it was useless, Tomoe stuck her head inside the locker to look around, but she couldn't find any signs of any sort of message. This was Tsukada, so he must have had something important hidden here, something capable of dealing a fatal blow to Chiba. He had entrusted it to Tomoe, and yet there was nothing she could do to repay that trust. He was very cautious and hated to depend on others, but he deliberately entrusted it to her as an ally, only for it to be snatched away by the enemy. It's still too soon to give up. Maybe there's a different locker other than this one. Why don't we search the area to see if there's anything similar? I'll help too. Sorimachi-san. Same manufacturer, same shape, same number. It's unlikely that two different locks would meet all the same requirements, but the possibility is still greater than zero. Don't you think? Yes, that's true. Ready-made lockers are rarely made identical, but there's still a possibility. No. Wait a minute. Sorimachi tried to cheer her up, as she was still feeling discouraged and her mind went blank, but all of a sudden a strange sense that something was out of place spread through her body. Think it through from the beginning. Why would someone as prudent as Tsukada have bothered to hand her a numbered key in the first place? No matter how much she trusted Tomoe, it would all be over if she were killed and the key was taken away. So, if he really wanted to entrust the secret to Tomoe alone, he probably would have just given her a key and verbally told her the number and location. Plus... I'm sure you'll understand. Tsukada deliberately said that as he handed her the key. Then, maybe he was trying to convey a certain shared understanding between the two of them. If that's the case, then maybe... Something wrong, Chief Inspector? It's nothing, Sorimachi-san. It's possible that this is for a different numbered locker. Huh?
同じメーカー、同じ形状、同じ番号。
Same manufacturer, same shape, same number.
3つの条件を満たす確率はほとんどゼロです。
The probability of meeting those three conditions is almost zero.
ただロッカーが既製品である以上、同じ形状のものだけを探し出すのなら、その可能性はほんの少しだけ上がると思います。
But lockers are ready-made products, so it's easy to find ones with the same shape. I think that raises the odds a little.
まあ確かに。
Well, that's certainly true.
ってことは、ここにあるロッカー、しらみつぶしに探すってことですか？
Does that mean we need to search through every locker here?
いえ、なんとなくですが、見当はついています。
No, I do have something of an idea. Right. The esteemed politician that Tsukada had been telling Tomoe about ever since his days as a student, Cromwell. And the year of his revolution was...
1642。あった。
1642. Right here. She found a locker bearing that number a short distance away from the previous one. Cromwell started the Puritan Revolution in 1642, so... However...
合わない。
It's not working.
やっぱりダメみたいですね。
In the end, it's no good, I guess. It went into the keyhole without any resistance, but it refused to rotate, which meant this was the wrong key.
どうします？
What should we do?
ここにある全部片っ端から試してみますか？
Should we try every locker here one by one?
いえ、
No.
これじゃなかったら集結した年の1649、あるいはその間の番号もあります。
If this isn't the right one, then maybe it's the year it ended, 1649, or possibly one of the years in between.
他にも。
Or maybe... Just then, Tomoe thought back once again to the words Tsukada said right after giving her the key.
血が流れずに済めばそれが一番なんだよな。
If it can be accomplished without bloodshed, that would be the best. That would be for the best.
俺も今はそう思うよ。
I still believe that, even now. Those words. They were strangely abrupt and out of context of the conversation. Then, maybe...
最後に一つだけ試させてください。
Let me try one last lock.
え？
Huh?
あ、別に最後でなくても。
Oh, we don't have to stop after just one more.
いえ、きっとこれだと思います。
No, I'm certain this is the one. As she said that, Tomoe walked over and stopped in front of locker 1688. That was the year, decades after the Puritan Revolution, where the bloodless revolution successfully forced the king to abdicate the throne. Ka-chink. Key rotated half a turn with little resistance and let out an unlocking sound. And then...
これは
This is... Inside were two thick files, and a document case so bloated it looked like a package. Immediately after that, the two of them headed to the car with the files in hand. Then, when they rushed inside the car and opened one of the files to read it, Tsurumachi cried out in a voice that couldn't hide his excitement.
こいつはすごい。
This is incredible! His hands were trembling in excitement, and a thick stream of sweat was sticking to his forehead even in this air-conditioned car. The first file was apparently a sort of diary, recording Akihiko Chiba's activities.
過去10、いや20年にわたって何月何日、どこの料亭で誰と会合していたのかが克明に記されている。
This goes back 20 years, and it lists the date, restaurant, and participants of every meeting he's attended in excruciating detail.
しかも領収書と店の看板まで。
It even includes receipts and store signs.
そしてこれは献金元の企業リストと通帳ですか？
And this is a list of companies that donated money, along with a bank book? Looking at a different file, Tomoe was equally surprised. The details of every donation given to Representative Akihiko Chiba were written there, along with the accounts of the people involved. There were so many zeros in the amounts, it was hard to think of them as simply political contributions. And what's more, the payees weren't limited to Japanese companies. There were a significant number of foreign currency calculations, which suggests that a lot of these contributions came from foreign companies. Oh, what? This is... Ow! Sorimachi removed the contents from the thick envelope, and as soon as he saw what it was, he forgot that he was in a car, tried to stand up, hit his head on the ceiling, and then fell back down. But, even as he grimaced in pain, he opened his eyes wide, and began to let out a loud laugh right in front of Tomoe.
どうしました?
Oh, what's wrong?
これ写真ですよ。
This is... a photo. A photo.
どこで誰と会っていたかが分かる場所で本人たちの顔がはっきりと分かるアングルで撮影してやがる。
Shot from an angle where you can clearly see the faces of the people involved and the location of their meeting.
こいつも
And this one. And this one.
全部誰が誰だか分かる。すげえぞ。
Every single one of them makes it obvious who's who. This is amazing. Amazing. The photographs clearly depicted the faces of Chiba and the people meeting with him. Sukata probably hired a freelance photographer to covertly take these. In other words, he had been pursuing Chiba from the very beginning for this explicit purpose.
塚田さん
Sukata-san. Knowing how meticulous and obsessive he was, Tomoe had mixed feelings. This evidence would likely be a very powerful weapon for Sorimachi and his men, but in order to obtain it, Sukata had to sacrifice his future, his dreams. Is it really necessary to give up something so precious in order to do the right thing?
これがあれば基礎に持ち込んでも十分公判を維持できます。
With this, we have enough grounds to prosecute. We'll make him stand trial.
いや、それどころか連中の動かしているアルファベットプロジェクトそのものを叩き潰すことだって。
No, it's more than that. This is enough to deliver a crushing blow to the Alphabet Project itself.
反町さん
Sorimachi-san?
何ですか。
What is it?
そこまで言ってもし東京地検さんが張り子の虎だったら
After everything we've discussed thus far, if Tokyo DPO still refuses to get anything done,
私はあなたを殺しますよ
I'll kill you. As she said that, Tomoe glared at him with a sharp gaze full of killing intent. Osamu Sukata literally poured his entire life into gathering these records. This evidence was a precious treasure he entrusted to her. That's why, in order to entrust it to Sorimachi, she needed to be certain that he had the determination to carry this through. She was slamming him with that thought.
望むところです。
As you wish. The light in Tomoe's eyes made Sorimachi shrink back for a moment, but he quickly donned a fearless smile and nodded to her. There's no need to explain just how much thought and effort was poured into these materials. He already knew. The baton had most certainly been passed to him, so it was now his mission to do everything in his power to live up to those expectations.
警部さん、俺はね、
Chief Inspector?
さっきも話した通り、女房を早くに失っていて、普段は俺の親に息子を預けているんです。
As I told you before, I lost my wife early, so I normally leave my son in the care of my parents.
なのにこの職業柄、毎日が忙しくて、まともに相手をしてやった試しがない。
But I'm very busy every single day thanks to this job, so I don't get to spend much time with him.
入園式、運動会、学芸会。普通の親だったら、休暇を取ってでも駆けつける行事は、ほとんど後日、8ミリで見ています。
Entrance ceremonies, athletic meets, the school arts festival. An ordinary parent would rush to take time off so they could attend those events, but I only ever end up looking at them through 8mm film.
おまけに、危険な捜査の時もあって、明日をも知れない身だ。
Plus, investigations can be dangerous, so there's no guarantee I'll make it to tomorrow.
つくづく、罪作りな父親だと思っています。
I think of myself as a completely sinful father.
ですがね、そんな俺のことを息子は尊敬すると言ってくれてるんです。
But my son says he respects me for that.
そして将来は俺か赤坂のように正義を守る仕事に就きたいってね。
He said that in the future, he wants to get a job like me or Akasaka, where he can protect justice.
涙が出ましたよ。
And then he started to cry.
だから俺はあいつのためにも胸を張って職務に誇りを持てる自分でありたいと思っているんです。
So, work as hard as I can to make him proud of what I do.
青臭いかもしれませんけどね。
Maybe that's naive, though.
反町さん
Sorimachi-san. While listening to Sorimachi's explanation, Tomoe couldn't help but think it reminded her of her father. Her father was an equally busy person. She almost never got to spend time with him on holidays. Not for school events or track and field competitions. She could count the number of times he came out to see her on one hand. But despite that, because of that, Tomoe was happy that her father listened to her and showed her kindness whenever he came back, no matter how tired he was. Moreover, she felt ecstatic on those rare occasions when her father did manage to come out to see her.
真剣に生きていた父だから私は尊敬して大好きだった
My father lived his life very earnestly, and I respected him for that. I loved him.
きっと反町さんの息子さんも同じ気持ちなんだろう
I'm sure Sorimachi-san's son feels the same way. Her memory of her parents was more than just the time they spent together. She understood that now, and the thought of Sorimachi and his son having a similar parent-child relationship somehow brought a smile to her face.
約束通りこれはあなたにお預けします
As promised, I'll entrust all this to you.
後のことはどうかよろしく
Thank you in advance.
ええ、任せてください。
Yeah, leave it to me.
さっきも言ったように、俺はあなたの気持ち、確かに受け取りました。
Like I said earlier, I understand how you feel. You've gotten through to me.
あなたが望んだ最高の形を、俺たちは絶対に実現させてみせますよ。
And I swear to you, we will definitely make your hopes come true. Then, Sorimachi left the car saying he'd head back to Tokyo immediately. Tomoe watched him go as he headed to the ticket gate, then disappeared. His parting words were, "I will repay you at our victory celebration."
そっか。東京地検にあれを渡したのか。
I see. So you handed everything over to the Tokyo District Prosecutor's office.
勝手に判断して申し訳ありません
I'm sorry for making that judgment call on all on my own.
本来なら塚田さんの了解を得てからと思っていたのですが
I was originally planning to ask you for your consent first, Sukata-san, but
いや、いいんだ。
no, it's fine.
俺はついさっきまで昏睡状態だったし。物事にはタイミングがあるからな。
I was still in a coma until just a little while ago, so the timing wouldn't have worked out. Tomoe was sitting in a folding chair beside the bed, hanging her head, but Sukata raised his upper body, then shook his head to answer her. She confessed the whole situation to him, expecting to receive some reproach, but surprisingly enough, he listened quietly without prying too deeply.
むしろ、よく俺の小細工に気づいてくれたもんだ。
In fact, I'm glad you were able to see through my deception.
あのロッカーの仕掛けを知ってたのは、俺が随分世話になった前の駅長だけでな。
Nobody other than the station master knew the trick behind that lock.
無理を言って、鍵を付け替えてもらったんだ。
It was completely unreasonable, but we had a long history together, so he was willing to swap out the locks.
その人も、去年亡くなった。
And that station master actually died last year.
だから多分、そこに裏帳簿をしまっていたことは、千葉と側近たちも知らないだろう。
So, there's probably no way for Chiba or his aides to know the back books were being stored there.
うまくいったのはたまたまです
By some luck, it worked out.
だけどもし外れでも私は全部のロッカーを試すつもりでした
But even if it didn't, I was prepared to try every single lock.
あなたが意味のないことをする人ではないと思っていましたから
I knew you weren't the kind of man to do something pointless.
お前だったら、何も伝えなくても、きっと場所を突き止めて、正しい使い方をしてくれるんじゃないかってな。
I was certain you'd be able to find the locker and use it correctly without me needing to tell you anything.
もう一度こういう形で出会ったのが運命なんだったら、それにかけてみようと思った。
If we were destined to meet again like this, I was willing to place that bet.
手間をかけさせて、すまなかったな。
Sorry for wasting so much of your time and energy.
いえそんな
No, I don't mind. Sukata woke up early in the morning 2 days after the exchange with Sorimachi, and the detective watching his hospital room, Takeyashiki, immediately contacted Tomoe. As soon as she heard that, Tomoe decided to forego sleep and rushed to the hospital to interrogate Sukata, and she had just finished questioning him.
意識が戻られて本当に良かったです。
I'm really glad you woke up.
外傷がなかったとはいえ、少々海水を飲んでおられたようですから。
You didn't have any physical injuries, but you inhaled a bit of seawater.
まあ事情が事情だけに大げさな形になったが、結局のところただの急性アルコール中毒だからな。
Well, the situation itself was pretty crazy, but in the end, it was just an acute case of alcohol poisoning.
ご心配には及ばないさ。
There's no need to worry.
それでも安心しました。
Still, it's a relief.
大丈夫だとは医師も言ってくれていましたが、一時はどうなることかと思って。
The doctor said you'd be okay, but I was still wondering what might happen. Plus, depending on a person's physical condition, even acute alcohol poisoning can result in death. It's easy to laugh about it now that he's woken up, but the situation wasn't always so forgiving.
それより見ない。
More importantly, Minai.
これってやっぱり飲酒運転になるのかな。
I wonder if I'll end up charged with drunk driving for this.
え？
Huh?
あ、いや、俺ってつまり泥酔状態で運転席に座って車動かしてたってことになるんだろうが。
Well, I mean, I was drunk while sitting in the driver's seat of a moving car, right?
この場合どういう処分だ？
In which case, what's the sentence for that?
本人の意思で運転席に座っていたわけではありませんから、塚田さんに過失責任はありませんよ。
Sukata-san, you weren't sitting in the driver's seat by your own volition, so you're not liable.
まして手ずからエンジンを始動させていませんので、お咎めなしになるかと。
Plus, you never placed your hand on the ignition, so don't think they'll find fault with you.
そっか。安心したよ。
I see. That's a relief.
あと少しでシルバー免許証がかかっていたからな。これで望みがつなげる。
I was just about to get my silver license, so now it's still in the cards.
そうですね。
Yeah. I was just Sukata-style joking around, thinking that Tomoe shrugged her shoulders and laughed. Then he smiled back at her for a moment, but then he suddenly turned his gaze toward the ceiling and let out a sigh.
やっぱりそっくりだな。
In the end, you two are exactly the same.
はい。
Huh?
いや、独り言だよ。
Oh, just talking to myself. As he said that, Sukata leaned his body forward from the cushion he was using as a backrest and turned to gaze out the window. The sun was beginning to rise, and the light pouring in was dazzlingly bright. The cries of the cicadas were very noisy despite coming through the glass windows, filling the room with the feel of summer.
大沼真澄さんのことをお聞きしました。
I heard about Masumi Onuma.
敵討ちってそういうことだったんですね。
That's what your vengeance was about, right? Sukata kept silent and turned away from Tomoe to hide his expression. Even so, he gripped the blanket around his waist so tight that deep wrinkles were being carved into it.
愛していらしたんですね。
You loved her.
人生すべてをかけるほどに真剣に。
You genuinely wanted to spend your life with her.
それも確かにあった。
That was certainly true.
だが今思うと本当は罪滅ぼしの思いだったのかもしれない。
But I think now it was really more about atonement.
罪滅ぼし？
Atonement?
あの事件で逮捕された父親が裁判を待たずに獄中で死亡したことを聞いた松見は、
When
その死の真相を求めて 関係各所駆けずり回った。
When Masumi heard that her father had died in prison before he could even face trial, she went all around searching for the truth behind it.
持病があったとはいえ、急死するほどに悪かったわけではない。
He did have a chronic illness, but it wasn't bad enough to suddenly kill him.
まして、自分の非を認めないまま自殺するような性格ではないと言ってな。
And according to her, he wasn't the type to commit suicide without first acknowledging his misdeeds.
俺ももちろん協力した。
Of course, I offered to help her.
だが、現実は厳しいものだった。
But the situation was very tough. The body of Shigeru Onuma was subjected to judicial autopsy after his death, but the officer in charge didn't reveal the results to his bereaved family, Masumi. Even when she asked about the cause of death, they never said anything more than acute heart failure. So, did he actually die from organ failure? Did he hang himself? Was he poisoned? She had no idea. But despite that, a few days later, a letter was discovered that he had allegedly written before his death. The letter was addressed to the people involved in the case, and he repented for causing it all, and then said that he didn't have long to live. However,
そんな手紙、偽物に決まっているわ。
that letter is a fake. I'm certain of it.
もしお父様が本当に死期を悟っていたのなら、真っ先に私に知らせるはずだもの。
If father really knew about his impending death, I'd be the first person he'd tell. After saying that, Masumi dug into her savings, hired a lawyer, and repeatedly petitioned the police to restart the investigation. She also visited the Ministry of Health and Welfare, where her father worked, and asked to interview people connected to him. But, in the end, all her requests were rejected. Even though she tried to bring it to court, the lawyer suddenly dropped the charges, and other mysterious developments continued. In fact, the media seemed to actively obstruct the investigation, spreading more and more slanderous articles, causing her schoolmates, and even her close friends, to gradually turn away. On top of that, Masumi got wide-eyed stares from the neighbors every single day. Her heart was torn. She was driven nearly to the breaking point in despair.
だから、俺は言ったのさ。
So, I said to her,
もうやめようと。
let's stop this.
それよりも違う幸せを見つけることに力を注ぐべきじゃないかってな。
Now, shouldn't we focus on finding new happiness? At first, Masumi's goal was to investigate the mysterious death of her father, and yet, at some point she became entangled by hatred and resentment, turning more and more violent. And as the person closest to her, it was even harder for Sukata to see her like that. So, he was prepared to abandon his dreams for the future, and suggested that the two of them move somewhere far away together.
だが、その言葉はもう、明日美には届かなかった。
But my words could no longer reach Masumi.
むしろ怒り、泣き叫んだ挙句、俺が裏切ったとあらん限りの言葉で罵ってきた。
In fact, it upset her and made her lash out. She hurled harsh accusations at me, saying I betrayed her.
俺もさすがに言い返して大喧嘩になった。
Of course, I argued back with her, and it turned into a huge fight.
そして、その翌日、マスミは自殺した。
And the very next day, Masumi took her life. Jesus. She had committed suicide by gas inhalation. Well, I mean, we technically already knew this, but still, it's tough to hear him say it. Dressed in her wedding gown, and on the desk next to her, there was a letter addressed to Sukata. Written inside was a single sentence. I'm sorry.
きっと俺にひどいことを言ってしまったことで見捨てられたと思ったんだろうな。
I'm sure she felt that she had said terrible things to me. That I had abandoned her as a result.
バカだよ。
It's crazy.
そんなことで嫌いになる関係なら、親父が逮捕された時にとうに別れていたってのに。
If that was enough to sour our relationship, wouldn't we have broken up right after her father died?
ただ、そんなこともわからないくらい 心が壊れてしまっていたのかもしれない。
But perhaps her heart was too broken to even realize even that.
なのに俺はそれに気づかずあの日彼女を一人にさせてしまった。
But I didn't notice, so I left her alone that day.
それが俺の罪だ。
And that is my sin. Oh, this is heavy. What was she supposed to think when her love had left her? Masumi was in the depths of despair when he left her alone in a huge dark room. It was sad and painful just to imagine it. Really, she probably wanted to depend on Tsukada. She wanted him to encourage her. And yet, excess paranoia led her to doubt the feelings of even the man closest to her, losing herself to her passion and saying horrible things to him. So the moment she calmed down, realized her mistake, and understood the magnitude of what she thought she'd lost, the support holding her heart together... I said that, heart? The support holding her heart together fell apart all at once.
もう謝っても遅すぎる。
Even if I apologize, it's already too late. However, she at least wanted him to believe in her feelings. The last thing she earnestly wished for after losing her sanity and ability to think properly was to end her life.
塚田さん。
Tsukada-san.
ただの自己満足かもしれない。
Maybe I'm just thinking egotistically.
言葉が万能でないこともよくわかっている。
I understand well that words alone aren't omnipotent.
だけど大切な人に対してだけは神様のような存在でありたいと思うのはどうしようもない願望でな。
But I can't help but want to be like a god to my loved ones.
そうでなかった愚かな自分を俺は許すことができなかった。
I couldn't forgive my own stupid self for failing to do that.
そういうことだ。
That's all there is to it.
勝手ですね。
Selfish, huh? Tomoe disconsolately muttered that to herself. Masumi, who loved Tsukada so much, didn't realize how he felt and how much she'd hurt him. And Tsukada, who burdened himself with obligations no man but a saint need shoulder, tried to burn out his own life. Thinking of the lamentable ending these astonishingly stupid and pitiful awkward two suffered, Tomoe felt her chest tighten in misery. In the end, the stronger and more pure your beliefs are, the more they appear as sheer arrogance to an outsider.
なあ、見ない。
Hey, Minai?
俺はこの後どうなるんだ？
What's going to happen to me after this?
すでにあなたは汚職疑惑の重要な参考人です。
You're already recognized as a key witness for these corruption allegations.
現在は私の身内の刑事たちが身辺を固めていますが、いずれ東京地検の方々があなたの身柄を確保して東京へと移送されるでしょう。
My fellow detectives are currently solidifying the case, but you'll eventually be handed over to the Tokyo District Prosecutor's office.
その日が来るのはそれほど遠くないと思います。
And I don't think that day will be too far off.
じゃあその時がお前とのお別れだな。
Then when the time comes, this is goodbye.
なりませんよ。いずれ会いに行きますから。
Don't be like that. I'll come visit you soon enough.
勝手に決めないでください。
Don't just go arbitrarily deciding these things.
バカ言うなよ。
Don't be ridiculous.
俺はこれ以上惨めな姿をお前に見せたくないんだ。
I don't want to show you my miserable face any more than this.
たとえ来ても面会は拒否するからな。
Even if you come, I'll turn you away.
だったらもう一度かっこよくなったその時、私に連絡してきてください。
Then, once you regain that cool personality of yours, give me a call.
逃げるのは許しません。
I won't let you escape.
見ない。
Minai.
許しません。
I won't allow it. Tomoe gazed straight at Tsukada with a sharp look in her eyes, and those eyes twinkled as she did. Looking at that face, Tsukada pictured another face overlapping with it, and spoke from the heart.
なあ、 マスミ。
Hey, Masumi.
きっとお前に必要だったのはこれだったんだよ。
I'm sure this was all you needed. God, this is so heavy. Like I said, like, Jesus. So, yeah. And him being like, oh, I see her in you, you know, in Tomoe so much. And this line here is like, I'm sure this is all you needed. All you needed was the support, like I'm now giving Tomoe. Like, my sin from back then is that I didn't support you like you felt like you needed. And now, here I am trying to correct that sin for another person I did care about at some point, you know, in my life. And hopefully, even though I'm going to be, you know, summarily punished and ripped a new one for my involvement in all this, I'm at least correcting my past mistakes, right? Obviously, a repeating, why do I keep wanting to say theory? Thematic, can't even think of the word. Theme. Not theory, theme. A repeating theme throughout the whole of Higurashi, right? And yeah. I don't know. Something about fucking... I mean, I don't care. I mean, Tsukada is what he is as a character, but his whole backstory and, like, even in just today's stream, hearing about, like, you know, there was someone he really loved and cared about and still wears, like, still wears the wedding ring of. And, like, realizing that, you know, even though she had, you know, she kind of lost herself in, you know, her father, you know, dying and her not thinking that it was a clean death, for lack of a better term. You know, she obviously didn't feel like she got the support that she needed from Tsukada, and then when she ended up taking her life, wanted him to know, like, you know, I'm sorry that it came to this kind of thing. And it's all just it's just hitting me, dude. It's all not like it's just hitting me, but I mean, like, it's hitting me hard, you know. And at the same time, he came to a realization. What he was lacking was that sort of strong heart. To believe in someone and be willing to wait. Maybe if he had the compassion to fully trust her back then, this misfortune would never have happened.
今度は割り勘だからな。
Next time, we'll split the bill.
ええ。
Yeah.
食べ歩きでも何でも付き合いますよ。
We could go on a walking food tour, something together. After leaving Tsukada under Takayashiki's supervision, Tomoe decided to head back to Kakuju Station. Takayashiki is a little older, more unsociable than Fujita, so it can be a little difficult to get through to him. Still, he had been a detective for countless years and was always faithful to his duties, so she had a favorable impression of him. She couldn't say with absolute certainty, but she believed she could trust him. Feeling not so much sleepiness but fatigue weighing down her shoulders, Tomoe let out a sigh. The National Police Agency, Prefectural Police Headquarters, NRIPS, the local police station, and the Tokyo District Prosecutor's Office. The series of incidents had gotten an unimaginably large number of organizations involved over the past half a year, and the end was finally coming in sight. A compulsory search for Gogura University Hospital, a site that prescribed Natsumi and Reina's medication, was finally being organized and scheduled to be conducted tomorrow morning. But she still felt no sense of accomplishment. Maybe the scope was too large to get a reaction. Maybe she still felt uncertain, or maybe there was something else she hadn't yet realized. Plus, Shiro Hanada has been missing since that night. His wife and newborn baby are still living at home like usual. She was given a false story that he was on a business trip, but according to detectives on stakeout, there were no signs that she had any contact with him.
変わってるわよね。
Something's not right. Maybe it's because of all the run-ins with Fujita's overbearing wife, but the indifferent reaction from Hanada's wife felt odd to Tomoe. Hanada's wife was said to be beautiful, and their marriage was supposedly in perfect harmony. But if that's the case, no matter how much work required him to be away from home, it feels strange that she couldn't even try to confirm her husband's whereabouts while living with a newborn baby. And if Hinata and his wife actually were colluding, they'd probably try to keep in touch in some form to give each other status updates every few days. Nevertheless, his wife's manner of living just felt too normal. Maybe we should run a background inquiry next time. Thinking that, Tomoe opened her notebook while stopped at a red light and jotted down a memo: investigate the background of Shiro Hinata's wife. Thinking about it more, that inquiry probably should have been done much sooner. At any rate, he's completely disappeared. To be honest, it was painful for her to admit that they had no clues to go on. She attempted a rolling investigation all across the city, but still had no idea where he may be hiding. Even after considering it from a profile analysis angle, she couldn't come up with a decisive factor that would drive a detective to turn criminal. It was also possible they were using Tomoe's profile analysis manuals to stay one step ahead of the investigators. Maybe he's already left the prefecture. No, I doubt it. Tomoe thought back to the moment when she was about to be murdered, and recalled that Hinata had stayed on scene until the last minute and tried to read into his thought process based on that. Hinata seemed to enjoy seeing the results of his trap with his own eyes, thus it was hard to believe that he'd simply leave Kakuichi. Plus, Tomoe and Sakata were both still alive, so there was a chance he'd try to attack them again. It's fine. I'm sure we'll reach a breakthrough as long as you don't give up. Tomoe saw the signal turn green and stepped down on the accelerator as she swore that in her heart. After turning off the main street in an intersection, she could see the Kakuichi Station building. Huh? As soon as she stepped inside, she found the station bustling with a crowd of people. Did something happen? What on earth could it be? Then, Fujita crossed in front of Tomoe looking panicked, but he quickly noticed her and stopped before she could call out to him. Minai-san, you're back. Come to the First Division room, right away. What is it? What's going on? Investigators have entered Gogoro University Hospital. Materials are being carried out as we speak, and it's being broadcast on live TV. What was that? The sound of tumultuous voices grew even louder as soon as she approached the floor of the First Division. Tomoe and Fujita rushed through the lobby and opened the door to head in. Inside the room, investigators from Joint HQ were surrounding the TV beside the section chief, staring at the screen. I repeat. We are currently outside the Gogoro University Hospital, which is surrounded by reporters trying to capture footage of investigators carrying records out of the building. But, in addition to the investigators, hospital staff, and patients, there are also a significant number of rubbernecking bystanders in the area, making it difficult to grasp the situation. This is... That exterior was unmistakable. It was a Gogoro University Hospital, where Tomoe had met Natsumi for the second time half a year ago. On the screen, she could see many men dressed in suits coming out of the door, carrying cardboard boxes, cutting through a wall of humans and camera flashes. It was a completely unreal scene, like something out of a TV drama. But the distressed and remorseful expression of the investigators staring at the screen were enough to make it clear this was reality. What is the meaning of this? These investigators... No way, are the Gifu Prefectural police acting on their own? No, that can't be it.
合同捜査本部の活動に協力するようにと警察庁から命令が下っていたので勝手な行動はできないはずです。
The prefectural police chief over there was ordered by MPA to cooperate with Joint Investigation HQ, so they shouldn't be able to take independent action. Tomoe had heard from Aino that he completely nailed down that concern. Director Yamaguchi, the general manager of Joint Investigation HQ, had informed them that he was the equivalent of chief of prefectural police HQ as part of this endeavor.
じゃあ、あの捜査員は一体どこの?
Then who are these investigators?
厚生省だ。
They're from the Ministry of Health and Welfare.
え?
Huh? When Tomoe turned back toward that voice, she found the section chief of the 1st Investigation Division at Prefectural Police HQ, Dojima, standing behind her with his arms crossed at it and an intense look on his face.
堂島課長、厚生省ってまさか?
Section Chief Dojima, you said they're from the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Does that mean...
そう、マトリ。麻薬取締官事務所の捜査員だ。
Yes, those investigators are from the Narcotics Control Office.
そんな...
No way. To back up Dojima's assertion, caption on the TV clearly said Ministry of Health and Welfare Narcotics Control Officers conducting search in hospital. The judicial police force consists of more than just conventional police officers, and one group among them is the Narcotics Control Office under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Health and Welfare. These are special officers granted authority under narcotics control law, and they have the same level of jurisdiction as the police when it comes to cracking down on drugs and dangerous medication. In other words, they're authorized to investigate drug-related criminal cases and seize relevant evidence. Wah, wah.
でもどうして?
But why?
マトリがなぜゴグラの病院に?
Why is NCO at the Gogura Hospital?
今朝入ったばかりのニュースだが、とある開業医が診察において未認可の劇薬プラシルを扱っていた事実が発覚したそうだ。
The news just hit this morning. A practitioner doing a medical examination was found to be working with a dangerous unapproved drug named Placil.
その医師は当然逮捕されたが、そいつは以前ゴグラの大学病院に所属していたらしくてな。
That doctor was arrested, of course, but they found out that he had previously worked at the University Hospital in Gogura.
今回の強制捜索はその一環だと。
And this raid is a result of that.
なんでこんなタイミングで?
But why now specifically? That moment, Tomoe realized the intent lurking beneath this. The Gogura University Hospital would be subject to investigation as soon as the courts issued a warrant, with her colleagues at Investigation HQ being the ones to carry it out. And they were expecting to receive the warrant this afternoon, then search Gogura first thing tomorrow morning. But if that were to happen, they'd have a hard time erasing the data on this new type of Placil. Thus, the Ministry of Health and Welfare, or rather, the man sitting at the top of the organization, had to collect these materials first.
じゃあ、その医師は?
Then, this doctor...
間違いなくスケープゴートだな。
Definitely a scapegoat.
元所属であれば、あくまで逮捕された被疑者の個人的な失態と言い逃れることができて、病院側に対してそれほどの被害がない。
Since it's a former associate, they can say it was a single doctor acting alone, which brings minimal damage to the hospital itself.
それでいて、当人の過去の実態を調査するという大義名分で、大学病院にガサ入れをかけることができる。
And yet, by acting on rumors about this doctor's past, they're able to justify a search of the university hospital where he used to work.
うまく考えたものだよ。
This was well thought out.
ということは、あそこの病院にある資料はすべて?
Then, all the records in the hospital will be...
サルベージされたな。
salvaged.
今頃、本人に関係のあるとみなした資料は、全部引き上げられて、厚生局に持っていかれるはずだ。
The ministry will confiscate any and all materials they deem relevant.
先手を打たれたな。
They beat us to the punch. Damn it! Standing beside Tomoe, Fujita slammed his fist on the desk in frustration. No, he wasn't the only one who was upset. All the detectives from the 1st Division, the prefectural investigation team, and the members of NRIPS, every single one of them had furrowed brows and bloodshot eyes. Even as Dojima calmly explained the situation to Tomoe and her colleagues, he sucked down on a cigarette many times with trembling breaths to keep himself calm. but his eyes remained fixated on the TV. Plus, Tomoe herself was in a daze, with her forehead throbbing so hard it felt like the blood would come bursting out.
姫さん、どこへ行く？
Princess, where are you going?
決まっています。構成局の麻薬取締部です。
I'm heading straight to the narcotics control office, of course.
すぐに回収した資料の引き渡しを。
I'll have them hand over the materials immediately and...
もうすでに要請した。
We've already requested them.
だが拒否されたよ。
And the request was denied.
なぜ？
Why?
背後関係を調べ上げるためにも現状ではお渡しできる状態にない。
They said they're still in the midst of background investigation, not ready to hand anything over.
協力についてやぶさかではないが、もう少し時間をよこせとのことだ。
They're willing to cooperate, but they need a little more time, or so they say.
そんな。
What? No way. On paper, drug enforcement officials don't have the power to refuse police requests. The police have no obligation to obey their orders. But they were more than just separate organizations. NCO and the police had an absolutely terrible relationship. So, when there's overlap between their investigations, they can be reluctant to divulge information without sufficient reason, and the content they do provide is often inadequate.
要するに、警察に首突っ込まれると手柄を横取りされるから嫌だと。
Basically, they hate when the police get involved because they're worried they'll steal the credit?
そういうことなんですか？
Is that what you're getting at?
奴らとしては今回の容疑者を捕まえるために何年も時間をかけてきたそうだ。
They claim they've spent years trying to catch this perp.
だから今さら警察にしゃしゃり出てこられてたまるかってな気分なんだろうさ。
So, to them, they hate the idea of the police jumping in at the last minute.
冗談じゃない。
You can't be serious.
私たちだって今回の事件捜査のために多くの時間と人材を投入してきました。
We've already invested a huge amount of time and manpower into this investigation.
なのにそんなお題目を唱えて厚生大臣の私兵集団が何をふんぞり返っているんです。
And yet, some of the welfare minister's underlings can just turn everything upside down?
そこまでしてこちらの邪魔をするつもりなら今すぐ告訴して締め上げてやる。
If they're going to get in our way after we've come so far, I'm prepared to lodge formal accusations to shut them down.
落ち着け、姫さん。
Princess, please calm down.
おそらくマトリの捜査員たちは嫌がらせとかでこっちの邪魔をしているんじゃなく、本気で犯人逮捕に全力を注いでいる。
When he says, I know princess is what he's been calling her, but like when he says it in that context of princess, please calm down, it sounds so condescending. In all likelihood, these NCO investigators are not trying to harass us or disturb our investigation, but seriously trying to arrest a criminal.
これは間違いないんだ。
I have no doubt about that. Or no doubt of that. When Dojima personally contacted one of the chiefs at NCO, he said that he had absolutely no background knowledge of Joint Investigation HQ's case involving this drug. He was even outraged with the welfare minister for ordering the collection of these materials, since it was actually making things inconvenient for him. In other words, the investigators on the scene know absolutely nothing about the underlying conspiracy. They're just carrying out investigation based on their own personal sense of duty and justice.
でも結局千葉の思惑通りじゃないか。
But in the end, they're just doing Chiba's bidding. Tomoe clenched her teeth so tight that her molars were about to shatter while working hard to suppress her nearly exploding anger. Dojima gave her a pat on the shoulder to convey that he understood her feelings, then let out a huge sigh.
しかしおかしくありませんかね。
But isn't it strange?
え？
Huh?
いやちょっと変だなって。
Well, it's a little weird. Fujita had been scornfully staring at the screen, but he suddenly turned back toward Tomoe and Dojima like he had thought of something and spoke up.
確かに今回マトリへの情報出しは控えていました。
It's true that NCO denied our information request this time.
少し声をかけていれば向こうも調整したかもしれませんが、厚生省に情報が漏れると一番上の千葉の耳に届く恐れがありますからね。
They might be willing to be more lenient if we get vocal, but if that information leaks to the Ministry of Health and Welfare, it might even reach the people at the top like Chiba.
それなのにどうして同じターゲットで動いていたにもかかわらず捜査線上に彼らの存在がなかったんでしょうか
So despite that, why did we never bump into them during the investigation, even though we're chasing the same target?
どういうこと？
What do you mean?
我々は南井さんの情報をもとに小倉大学病院から処方されている未認可薬新型プラシルの元凶を洗っていました
We've been acting on Minai-san's information investigation and improved investigation. We've been acting on Minai-san's information and investigating an unapproved drug, the new version of Plasil being prescribed by the Gogura University Hospital.
そしてその薬を服用している患者の実態もくまなく調査していたんです
And we've been thoroughly investigating the condition of patients taking this drug.
ですからマトリが新型プラシルの存在に気づいて捜査を行っていたのなら必ずどこかで彼らと捜査線上でぶつかってその投稿が判明していたはずなんですが
So, if NCO is pursuing information on this new version of Plasil, I'm sure we would have overlapped somewhere during the course of the investigation, and we would each have learned of the other's involvement. Surely, if an investigator came to question someone, and they had already spoken to another investigator beforehand, the person would slip out a few words like, again? So an investigator would naturally ask, who else did you speak with, to figure out what was going on, and in doing so, they'd learn that the other investigator wasn't from the police, but NCO. Or the other way around, NCO could end up detecting the police's involvement during the course of their investigation. Thus, it was hard to imagine they would each conduct an investigation without following any of the same leads.
藤田君の言う通りね。
Fujita-kun is right.
私たちとは全然違う流れから今の元医師逮捕と小倉の大学病院の強制捜査にこぎつけた
Following a completely different trail that resulted in arresting a former Gogura doctor, then conducting a search of the university hospital?
なんてありえないわね
That sounds highly unlikely.
それに確かに元医師がプラシルを取り扱っていた事実は我々も初耳でした
And it's the first we've heard of a former Gogura doctor prescribing Plasil.
ですがその絡みで大学病院とその周辺にマークをかければ向こうも間違いなく警察の動きに気づいて内容照会をかけてくるはずです
But if they had been targeting the university hospital and surroundings, they definitely would have noticed the police's involvement and inquired about it.
横取りされるのを嫌う連中ですが万一自分たちの活動が警察の捜査妨害をしているともなれば後々問題になります
They hate to get involved with us, but if their activities interfered with ours, it would become an even bigger problem for them later on.
それならば知らんぷりなどせずに慎重に動いてくるんじゃないでしょうか
In which case, they wouldn't feign ignorance and would tread carefully, wouldn't they?
まあ確か
Well, that's true.
に。だったら藤田、
Then, Fujita,
どういう可能性が考えられる？
what possibilities can you think of?
うーん
Fujita crossed his arms and groaned while thinking over Tojima's question. Gathering intel through a completely different investigation route than the police, and then obtaining evidence that the doctor was dealing with illegal drugs, it's not impossible. But at the very least, they must have investigated the university hospital where this doctor previously worked, because otherwise there'd be no reason to conduct a search in Gogura. Assuming they didn't sense any of the signs of police investigators, and carried out their own investigation completely unnoticed, it seemed nearly impossible that they'd gather enough evidence for the courts to issue a warrant for an arrest and a raid. No. Wait. Let's consider it from another angle. Let's spin the chessboard around. In other words, maybe even from the start, gathering evidence was never necessary. Because everything was already...
プラシルの情報をマトリがすでに手に入れていたとしたら
What if NCO had already obtained information on Plasil? Huh?
皆さんそれはどういう
Minai-san, what do you mean?
つまりこうよ
Basically, it's like this.
マトリはそもそもプラシルの存在を調査する必要がなかった
NCO had no reason to investigate the existence of Plasil in the first place.
別に薬をどこかで手に入れて分析しなくてもその結果を別のどこかから入手すれば済む話だしね
Even if they couldn't get their hands on the drug to analyze it, they just need to get the results from somewhere else.
そしてプラシルの情報は、例えば私たちの捜査情報を見れば一目瞭然。
And the information on Placil is, well, if you just look at our investigation materials, it's plain as day.
だから彼らはその資料を裁判所に提出して令状を受け取り、今回の逮捕強制捜査に踏み切った。
So, they submitted those materials to the court, received a warrant, and set out to arrest the doctor and conduct the search.
ちょっと待ってください。
Oh, wait a minute.
つまりそれって俺たちの捜査資料が？
In other words, you're saying they used our investigation materials?
我々の誰かがそれを持ち出してマトリの誰かに提供した。
Someone among us took these materials and provided them to someone at NCO.
そしてその調査内容をもとに容疑者を洗い出した。
And based on the investigation content, they were able to identify the suspect.
そういうことか。
Is that what you're suggesting? Tomoe nodded to Dojima to confirm his suggestion. In other words, they had an information leak. Someone at Joint Investigation HQ betrayed them and provided intel to NCO in order to prevent the police from obtaining these new materials.
ということは、ひょっとして花田が？
Then, could this be Hanada's doing?
いや、それはおかしいぞ。
No, that seems unlikely.
新型プラシルのことが判明したのは、奴が行方をくらませた後だ。
We only learned about this new type of Placil after he disappeared.
薬物の詳しい資料を奴がマトリに渡せるわけがない。
There's no way he could have provided NCO with detailed drug information.
じゃあ一体誰が？
Then, who the hell could it be?
警察でマトリのご機嫌を取って得をする人間なんてどこにも。
Nobody on the police force even likes NCO.
こいつだよ。
It's him. Huh? Looking back, Mino had just entered the floor. The first investigation division was standing behind them. Then, when Tomoe and the others gave him a puzzled look, he gestured with his chin, pointing behind him. There stood Oichi, surrounded on both sides by detectives, and with a crestfallen look on his face. Oh, shit!
前野さん？
Mino-san.
たった今吐かせたよ。
I made him spit it all out just now.
つい数日前、姫さんが捜査本部に提出した資料をマトリにいる大学時代の後輩に渡したらしい。
A few days ago, he provided the princess's investigation materials to an underclassman from his college days who works at NCO.
独断でな。
Without consulting anyone.
なんですって？
What?
まさに近視眼的な発想だな。
What a short-sighted perspective.
このまま千葉を検挙し、彼の斡旋した未認可薬のルートを壊滅させても、手柄は家計権、ひいては大内のものとはならない。
He figured even if Chiba's arrested and his unlicensed drug route shut down, NRIPS wouldn't get the credit for it, and neither would Oichi.
だったら厚生省側の身内に恩を高く売りつけて、今後の自分の活動に役立てようとしたんだとよ。
So, he decided to do a favor for the folks of the Ministry of Health and Welfare, hoping that would make them indebted to him in the future. Dirty.
私はただその
I was just dumb.
合同捜査本部の捜査資料はな、みんなが心血を注いで調べ上げたもんだ。
Everyone at Investigation HQ poured their blood, sweat, and tears into this case.
あんた一人の判断でどうこうできる代物じゃない。
You can't just go acting on your own like this.
何を勘違いしやがったんだ、お前さんは。
What part of that don't you get, huh?
大内さん、
Ochi-san.
あんたは
You. Just gonna rip his head off. Or explode him with a nuke. Even with all the people around scrambling to stop her, Tomoe put all her rage into her fist and slammed it square into Oichi's face. Damn. Unable to avoid the blow, Oichi let out a pitiful squeal and fell to the ground. Then he looked up at Tomoe with his nose bleeding and a face full of fear and animosity and shouted at her.
何をするんですか、南警部。
What do you think you're doing, Chief Inspector Midnight?
暴力沙汰に及ぶとはあなた正気ですか？
Are you insane? You think you can resort to violence? You bastard!
これは明らかな傷害行為です。
This is a clear act of assault.
南井警部、後日診断書を提出の上であなたを告訴しますよ。
Chief Inspector and I am going to prepare medical paperwork and sue you.
だと
What was that?
待ってください、南井さん。
Hold on, Minai-san.
その辺にしてください。
That's enough. No more. I don't blame her. Fujita just barely managed to grab Tomoe's hand before she was able to slug him again. Regaining some strength upon seeing that, Oichi wiped away the blood on his face with a handkerchief.
ここにいる全員が証人です。
Everyone here is a witness.
皆さん、ご覧になりましたよね。
You all saw it, didn't you? No, Oichi. We didn't see anything.
さあ、今すぐここで謝罪を。
So, apologize right away and...
今、なんかあったか？
Did something happen here?
さあ、
I don't know.
よく見えてなかったので、わかりませんよ。
Good, good. I couldn't see very well, so I'm not sure. What? When Oichi took a look around, he saw all the detectives had fearless smiles on their faces and a fiercely shining light in their eyes as they looked down on him. Nevertheless, he tried to continue speaking, but the moment he opened his mouth, Mino knelt down in front of him, grabbed Oichi by the head in one hand, and stared him down.
なあ、大内さんや。
Hey, Oichi-san.
それよりも今回の一件、穏便に済むと思ってるのか？
Do you think this incident is going to end peacefully for you?
私は厚生省からの依頼で正式に。
I was acting on an official request of the Ministry of Health and Welfare and...
ああ、確かにさっき見せてもらった書面は本物だったな。
Yeah, the document you showed me earlier was definitely genuine.
だがな、それと引き換えに何を受け取ったのか、ちょっと調べればすぐにわかるんだぜ。
But it didn't take much research to figure out what you received in exchange for it. What?
ずいぶんホクホク顔だったらしいな。
Oh, sorry about that. I'm trying to fix something on a different window here and I was scrolling. Okay, Mino, we didn't skip anything though. Sorry about that. So because I'm scrolling on another window, then I didn't click out. Yeah. All right, you look pretty surprised.
厚生省のお友達から振り込まれた額面のゼロがそんなに多かったのか？
Just how many zeros were there on that invoice you got from your friends at the Ministry of Health and Welfare? Oh. Oichi's shoulders slumped as soon as he heard that. Like he didn't even want to look at the man down by his feet, Mino held back his revulsion and let out a sigh.
山村さん、
Yamamura-san,
ここの留置所、ちょっとお借りしてもいいですか？
you mind if we borrow your detention block for a little while?
ああ、
Sure.
一番奥の独房は冷房が故障しているはずだ。
The air conditioning is broken in the innermost cell.
そこを好きに使うといい。
Use it as you see fit.
あ
Got
あ、
him.
そりゃ快適そうですね。
Great. That sounds comfortable.
連れて行け。
Take him away, boys. Right. Under Mino's orders, two detectives escorted Oichi out of the room, standing on opposite sides of him. After seeing them off, Mino turned back toward Tomoe, who was still hoarsely breathing with her shoulders bobbing up and down. Then he smiled and spoke up.
女がグーで殴るのは初めて見たぜ。
I've never seen a lady wallop someone like that before.
なかなかいいパンチじゃねえ
That was a hell of a punch.
申し訳ありません。
I'm sorry.
か。何？大内は勝手に自分ですっ転んで壁に顔をぶつけて怪我をした。
For what? Oichi slipped all on his own and hurt himself when his face slammed into the wall.
そういうことだ。
That's how it happened.
前野さん。
Mino-san. Even if Oichi really did try to sue Tomoe, not one person would testify on his behalf. In fact, they'd probably even be willing to commit perjury to defend her.
せっかくここまで来たのに。
Even though we've come this far.
悔しいです。
So frustrating.
心配するな。
Don't worry.
俺もマトリには知り合いがいる。
I happen to have friends of my own at NCO.
時間は少々かかるかもしれんが、ゴグラの資料は隠滅される前に何とか引き上げてやるさ。
It may take some time, but I'll be able to pull these Gogura documents before they can destroy them.
でも病院への強制捜査はこれでできなくなりましたね。
But we've lost our chance to search the hospital.
そうだな。
That's true. Mino was likely holding back regrets of his own. He lowered his eyes and bit his lip for a moment. It didn't matter whether they gathered evidence or not. The mere fact that Gogura was raided put intense pressure on Chiba and other members of AP. If that happened, it could lead to internal conflicts. Some people among them might consider withdrawing, which could trigger the entire organization to collapse. And yet, the actions of a single selfish person could have destroyed the work that so many people accomplished together. With that thought in mind, even Mino couldn't handle it.
何のための警察ですか？
What are the police even for?
正義は国家や権力よりも劣るとでも言うんですか？
Are you telling me that justice is weaker than the power of authority of the state?
言うなそれを。
Don't say that.
とりあえず手の怪我を治療してこい。
Anyway, for now, let's get the wound on your hand treated.
血が出てるぞ。
You're bleeding.
はい、失礼します。
Right. Pardon me. After a quick bow, Tomoe trudgingly headed to the infirmary. Her legs were heavy, knees weak, arms spaghetti, as were her shoulders. No, her entire body. Even the pain from her bleeding fist was nothing compared to the wound in her heart. Oh, the wound in her heart. Alright, we're gonna have to end it there. I've been reading for almost 4 hours. 4 hours on a Higurashi weekday stream is unheard of. So let's get a save going there. Perfect. A lot of work done. A lot of red though. A lot red. Good progress. Good progress. We'll definitely read more of this come Saturday. I'm trying to think of my schedule. Yeah, I think Saturday should be free. Saturday, day stream. We'll read more. Let's see. Tomorrow we should be back to Silk Song. It's been a few days off since our big weekend with Silk Song, so I'm ready to jump back in. We'll do that tomorrow. Can't guarantee another 4-hour stream or anything, but it'll be, a decent amount of time. And then don't be surprised if Silk Song comes back on Friday night as well, with obviously Thursday being no stream. Or who knows, maybe I sneak in another hour of Silk Song on Thursday like I did last week. I doubt it, but it's possible. I think that's it. Like I said at the top of the stream, collecting ideas for Halloween stuff. I want to hit October, Spooktober stream stuff. I've got some interesting ideas. I think I already have some good ideas, but there's obviously going to be a couple things I can't remember or forget or anything. So, on the extreme off chance anyone has ideas and you're watching this, VOD, YouTube, Twitch, VOD, Twitch VOD, YouTube VOD, any VODs out there, if you have an idea with the stipulations I gave at the top of the stream, short games, short experiences being preferred, then I'm all ears. Willing to hear. I'm gonna head out. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday night. Have a great Wednesday as well. Be back tomorrow night with Silk Song. Stay safe, stay well. Until tomorrow, take it easy. So long.